running in a mixed race, off some great indoor form overseas, so it should be pretty exciting. And our A fields for the 8, 15 and 3K are going to be super fast.
Certainly are. Now, we are about to commence, so we want the track now has to be totally clear. So track totally clear, please. So anyone training on the track now must vacate. We are about to start in 1 minute's time, so can we please have the track totally clear. First up, we will have the 4x800. It will be Viney, Monaghetti, Lawrence and Hitworth for the over 60s. 9:30.92 is the world record that they're shooting for, which is an average around 2:22.7 currently. The Australian record, 9:46. Good chance of nabbing that tonight, and that's held by the combination of Hitworth, Cook, Lawrence and Viney. So 3 of those members, and they've just interchanged a Monaghetti for a Cook. Not sure if that's a fair trade, actually. It's not to mean Alan Cook. He was a world championship over 40 800 metre runner at the World Champs in Beijing in 2015, so Cookie knows how to run an 8. Are we ready?
Thank you, starter.
We're in the hands of the starter. So 9:30.92, 9:46, the 2 times to look for. Our men's 60 plus and Team Hitworth 4x800 relay.
On your marks.
So Viney to the inside. Most of the over 60s are in the Australian kit. Monaghetti in the sponsor gear.
Long-term sponsor gear.
Long-term sponsor gear, yes. Been with, who was his previous sponsor before Nike?
Mars Bars.
Well, apart from Mars Bars, he was actually a New Balance athlete when he was
Mars
a
Bars,
lad.
that's all I remember.
Com Games 86 is where Nike picked him up, where he, in his first marathon, got, I think it was the bronze medal model at the...
If you've ever heard the story, qualified for the 10K by less than a tenth of a second, got into the marathon, then went on from there. The 34 seconds for the first 400, Tim. Are we happy with that pace?
Yeah, certainly are. So Viney just drifting in nicely at the moment. So Sean doing a great job of just pacing here. Patterns in hand.
1 minute. 8, 9.
So certainly under that 2:22 schedule for Viney and looking comfortable as well. But this is where this 800, particularly for the 60 pluses, looks like Sean just needs to pick up that pace a little bit because Paul is right on his heels at the moment. So down the back straight, conditions actually really nice down here. A little bit of a breeze, but it's not too stiff. It's certainly not the torrential rain that we had last time the guys had a go at this record.
So we're looking at about 2:20, 2:21. We're hoping for these 4 to get through.
So they're hoping to go through halfway just under that 4:45 mark. So still in contact. Viney looking pretty solid here. So Sean's doing a good job. I think the pace of Nick is still maintaining quite evenly there too.
Pretty much right on it. So we're going to be 2:05 when we hit the home straight. So if we can just kick it down here and hit that sort of 2:20, 2:21, probably getting a little bit over. There's Sean just to drag him through there. Sean, make your way.
Okay, 2 minutes.
Going to be right on that mark here, so right on target at the moment. Monaghetti, yep.
2:22.8.
So Monaghetti, traditional marathon style, stepping down to the 800. But he is quite an accomplished 1500, 800 metre runner in the day, but obviously it was the 5K, 10K, half marathon and marathon, where this man was an absolute legend and is an absolute legend of Australian athletics. So Monaghan, the traditional style, is very cruisy at the moment. He's using the pacemaker. Back pocket drawing alongside. Mason being quite fixated on the watch. Just put the watch down and run by feel. Mona will tell you if you're stuffing it up or not. Around the top end the first time, the skip line Monas as he comes through. For a lot of the crowd, Nick, they would not have seen this man in his heyday, ripping up the Olympic Park track in consecutive 67s, running the 10,000s at Saddlepeck.
We talked about the other night when we saw that fantastic meet at Lakeside. I reckon I in a 5K. He ran down some of the Kenyans in front of about 12,000 people at Olympic Park. Certainly not I remember very fondly. So on track so far, Mona's is just that metronome style. Doesn't matter what distance he's running here. It's only 800 up to the marathon, just so easy. I was fortunate enough here in Guest Peak the other night. He told me about when he ran for 10 years in a row every day. One time his flight landed at 11:50. He was in his race gear. He was in his comp gear. He got off the plane and went for a run around the airport to make sure he ran for consecutive days. He didn't want to miss the run before midnight. There's some commitment.
There's nothing wrong with that. Okay, Mona, just let's come back a little bit. You can see the stride pattern is still good. He's still smooth. So we want him to be under that 4:45 as they come through, and I think it's going to be quite close because they come in.
It's going to be right on it. We're 20 seconds down the straight, so he's going to be 4:27 now to be right on it.
So the man with the weight on the shoulders will be Hipworth.
4 minutes. 38. 39.
We're going to be on a team moving on 4:42.
42.
Oh, it's sub 2:20 by Mona. Sub 2:20 for Mona.
So we are seeing the class of the guys still at 60 plus. As we saw with that tremendous world record over 5,000 metres, and still in form. He used to look a little bit more composed after Zanapex, but Mona certainly put it out there today, so well done. He's got him in the target here, so Scott Lawrence, now out, number 3 runner. He's been running around that 225, 226 mark, so he has got that buffer.
Another couple.
Doesn't really have to chase this, he's just got to get into his own rhythm. And then it's up to Hipworth to bring it home.
This bloke did a sterling job.
As we know, Hipworth was breaking records in the age group last year. Probably fair to say not quite in that shape at the moment, but he's a year older, we know that, and he looks it. And he feels it. But still, Hipworth quality runner, he's seen a lot in the VAL Pro circuit, and a sensational coach as well.
Go, Scott!
There we go, so going here. So it's about a 73, I think that was, Nick, as they went through. So around that 226 pace.
He's on 226 tempo, Scott. He picked up a gear though, went through the bell there. I like the arms got moving a little bit quicker. The effort increased.
Yeah, it's a matter of how much the bear jumps on the back as they hit the 600 mark and go around that top bend, past the water jump and into the home straight. But Lawrence working hard down the back straight. Probably a little bit of a breeze in his face as he goes down there. You can just see the tempo and the rhythm and the effort level just going up slightly. He's 600 metres in at 6:30.
So bang on it, we're right on this target. It's going to leave Hippo something good to chase. It's a real chance. We got run out of it probably by halfway last time we attempted this. It was all over really because of the conditions. But it's great to come back. I'll still put it on for us tonight, turn it on well. Let's get some noise to get Scotty working down the home straight here. He's going to need support we can.
Tim Holton leading the way through. Scotty Lawrence working hard. He knows how important this last 50 metres is. This could be make or break.
Let's go,
Right on it, see if he's going to be the So our last leg at least is working at 223 required. 223, sub 223 when we get there, Hippo.
So great run by Scotty Lawrence, just hold him in there. So set up beautifully by Viney. Mona did his job, got them ahead of schedule. Scott's kept them right on now. It's up to Hipworth. He's got to do around that 222 mark to get him through. 223. So 9:30.92. Now bear in mind the infield clock is manually set, so we'll have to wait for the official timing. So let's not get too excited.
So Timmy's getting placed here for Liam Stocky, who was last year's Xavier Athletics captain. So Hippo's gone to his most recent charge to take him home.
Well, there you go.
Hopefully performed better than the Xavier team last year, Liam, out in front.
Well, there's a history of failure at Xavier, isn't there, Nick?
Not in the 90s. But anyway, so Liam doing a great job. He's got some encouragement there for Hippo. So coach and student here working their way down the straight. So it's right on Hippo. He's on track here. He's going to need a 70-second last lap. Let's go, Liam. Good job, Liam. Oh, there's a 69.5 on my call. 69.5 last lap.
So 9:30.92. Remember, let's wait for the electronic timing on this. Let's not go by the infield clock.
It's right on it.
It's an indicator that the true time will be when we get that photo finish.
Right in front, push it up, Liam. Don't run and leave on your heels.
That's it. Stretch it out.
Stretch it out, Liam. Now you've got to go for it, Liam. You've got to really pick it up for him.
Let's get the time check as they go for the
We need
gear.
34. Liam, go. You've got to go, Liam. You've got to go. Don't wait for him, Liam. Make him chase. Make him chase. Don't stop for it. Make him go, Liam.
Going to be oh so close. So good work now into the home straight. Let's get the applause going.
15. Clear your right, Liam. Come to your right, Liam.
We'll give it to him, Nick.
Unofficially, it's 9:29.
Unofficially.
9:29 unofficial.
All right, I'm going upstairs to get the official.
Upstairs, what have we got? We need a time.
We want the green one, please. We want
Oh, good.
fingers crossed, boys.
Official time, it is all clear. 9 minutes. 29.53. We have a new world record. Men's over 60, 4:08. So well done, guys. 9:29.53.
Impressive running, Tim. Very impressive running. All four delivered them perfectly. Thanks to our pacers. Our pacers were terrific. Get our pacers in.
And also big thanks to the crowd too, mate. Played a major part in that run. Down the back straight, they were popping it from the crowd and in the home straight once again. And Nick, we'll get out of the way of the photos. Yeah, it's one we'll put on your Instagram.
All right, now the action gets a bit faster, Tim. A bit faster and a bit younger.
Yeah, a little bit younger. We're going to go to the 800s. We've got the men's E800s.
Not all younger, I've been told, from a few in the crowd.
Everyone's young to you, Nick.
Oh no, just another world record for the books.
About to get ready now for, those are our 800 metres, which is the men's E.
Alan, are you available for cut-in? Can you do our cut-in for us?
So if we can have the competitors in the men's E800.
Are you able to help us by doing the cut-in for the 800?
Yeah, I can. I'll just go to talk. Yeah, no worries.
No, you're meant to be here.
So check in with the Stars Marshal here on track, please. Let's check the names and hit numbers.
No worries.
So, Tim, we've got over $8,000 to give away tonight. Incredible amount from both TSA, Tech Services Australia, and also Athletics International. So, fantastic to see our sponsors service in tonight's event. So, $100 for every winner tonight, and then some big prize money for some of our A races later on. So, $8,000 worth of money here at the Box Hill Classic. And more importantly than that, the home of PBs. I think people will be chasing personal best galore tonight as we lead up, obviously, to Junior Nationals and to our Senior Nationals not far away, Brisbane.
All right, well, we do have a full field of 10 in the first of our 800s. This is the E. In Station 1 from Doncaster, Mark Purser. Jude Barrett from Essendon's in 2. Jasper McKenna, Glenn Huntley in 3. Aidan Davis from Athletics Essendon's in 4. Michael Susan from Glenn Huntley is in 5. Freddie Barrett Judge from Sandringham in 6. McKinley Carroll Essendon in 7. Maxim Rikanovic from Mentone is in 8. Dane Fox is in 9. And Vernon Gibson Mentone in Station 10. We're in the starters' hands, the first of our 800 metres, event number 2.
Where we're placing shed up.
On your mark.
So welcome to our live stream audience as well here at the Box Hill Classic. We've just seen a world record, Nick. Good way to start. Now we have the first of our 8s.
Yeah, $100 on the line. TSA, Tech Services Australia, $100 cash to our winner of each race tonight.
So you'll be handing those out at the end of this race. So he'll be a very popular man. Mr. Wall, but out front. And I think that's Aidan Davis from Essendon. He's looking at trying to get his $100. McKinnon from Glenn Huntley and then Barrett Judd. Quite a good start to this one.
As we see McKenna just breaching that gap at the moment. A little bit of a gap then to Barrett Judd. He's about 5 metres back. You can see Mikhail Susan from Glenn Huntley just starting to make his way ahead of one of the other Essendon runners. But I'm pretty sure this is Davis coming through.
It definitely is. So Davis from Essendon leading through. Hot on heels there is McKenna from Glenn Huntley. He's the main threat with Barrett Judd, the third one through. Moving along nicely behind him also Susan of Glenn Huntley. And running our field here, Gibson of Mentone will go through. Pretty hot tempo though that first lap, Tim, for just the men's open E-race.
Yeah, but impressive running here from Aidan Davis. I haven't got a seed time on him. I'll have to grab the other bits of paperwork, Nick, to get that. But Davis is starting to go away. Barrett Judd, like what I see with this young man from Sandringham. We've seen him a bit through Milers Club, also at the state championships. And that long stride of Freddie Barrett Judd just now starting to wind up.
So 200 to go, but it's another good move from Davis. He heard your call. He heard the fact that we had a good move from Barrett Judd in second. He's cleared away, so he's gone 15 metres in front. He's going to hit the straight. He's got $100. He can smell it from there. So down the main straight, 157, he hits it in. The arms are going, the locks are flowing. Davis of Essendon. It's going to be our junior taking out the first one tonight. He's going to take the $100 cash. I reckon he's going to go PB shape here. He pushes the sign over as he goes past. 2:13. Great run. Second through, as we mentioned, Barrett Judd. Our Glenn Huntley runners there in McKinnon, and also Susan next through. Carroll, Purser of Doncaster. Mentone we have through next. It looked like to be Rikonovich. Also Fox and Gibson will round it out. A great running, Tim. $100 cash.
Yeah, let's get young Aiden Davis over here. $100. That's plenty of Maccas, Nick.
Winner, chicken dinner. Aiden, how'd that feel?
Hard.
Hard, but what was hard about it, mate? You just won $100.
Oh, running home straight.
Yeah, a little bit windy down the home straight, is it tonight? Bit of advice for the other athletes?
Maybe just save a bit for the last 100.
Save it. How old are you, Aiden?
14.
14. Was it a PB? 2:13?
Yeah.
So personal best, Aiden. Well done. Good way to start the night here at the Box Hill. A classic.
Justin, Indian Lane 1, James Martino in 2, Edward Gibson in 3, Ethan in 4, Jared in 5, Samuel in 6, Nicholas and Daniel in 7, and Riley in 8.
So let's now go to the next event, the men's D 800 metres. We have got 10 starters. Dustin Bianacchi from Melbourne Uni in 1. James Martino from Box Hill in 2. Edward Gibson from Mentones in 3. In 5, we have from Glen Huntley, Ethan Miller. Jared Cripps, Diamond Valley in 6. In 8, from Mentone, Samuel Gibson. Nick O'Halloran from St Kevin's in 9. Daniel Ball from Glen Huntley in 10. And from Wellington Athletics, Riley Stewart, Station 11. There are 9 starters in the men's D 800 metres.
Women's 800.
On your mark.
So underway, the men's D 800 metres. So on the inside there, Bianacchi from Melbourne University. There's Jared Cripps from Diamond Valley out fast. So Cripps leading the way. To the outside of him is Riley Stewart in the Wellington colours. On the inside there from Glen Huntley, we've got Ethan Miller. And the outer Glen Huntley runner there is Daniel Ball. But as they settle, it is Cripps. He's gone out very aggressively here. So Jared Cripps through the 200, about 27, Nick. He's really flying.
He's really gone for it. He's got the bright socks, the bright spikes on tonight. He liked the way Aiden said the $100 was a bit of fun to win. And the main chaser at the moment looks like it's going to be Riley Stewart of Wellington.
Yeah, so a good bunch of 4 chasing there. That puts Cripps really in their sights as they come down. But, you know, Jared going for that fluoro socks, fluoro shoes. He's got to win this one, I think.
He's going to go through in sub 60, Tim. Very quick for our D race. Very fast indeed. Ethan Miller's the one that goes through in 3rd.
Another one once there will be Martino from Box Hill. He's pacing this along quite nicely. So that group of four, but they're not pulling Cripps in whatsoever as he hits the 300 out. So down the back straight. Bit of a headwind coming up down there at the moment, but that group of four still chasing, and the gaps are starting to form there as well.
So
Gap then to Bianaki.
30 metres it is. He's really put it down. It is Cripps, the junior. What is he now? No, he'd be an overage athlete now. He'd be 20 probably now,
Jared
Cripps.
would be now, but we're seeing Riley Stewart now starting to put the afterburners on and chase. So Cripps, this is going to be tough for him, rounding that bend the last time, because Stewart is really starting to charge. This will be close. So Jared Cripps went out hard, Nick. Look at him go now.
Stewart is flying everything at him down the home straight. Cripps has still got him by about 15 metres. He's going to take the $100 cash. Cripps goes through. He looks at the clock. 2:02. Fantastic running. Stewart comes through next. Gibson of Mentone with a good run. Glenn Huntley, we've got Ball. We've also got Martino coming through nicely. Gibson, Melbourne University there. Good run from Bianaki. And O'Halloran rolls out the field. Tim, you can present the $100 cash for the next one.
Good strategy there, Jared. You went out hard and you just hung on beautifully.
Yeah, it was just got to go out there fast, hope for a good time tonight, and just trying to hang on in that last 200 was hard work.
So 2:02, that's not a bad time for you this season, is it?
No, that's probably right on the season's best, so can't complain. Got a lot of racing coming up, so I'm very happy with that tonight.
Beautiful. Here's $100.
So again, Tech Services Australia, another $100 cash given away.
So men's C, 800 metres. Let's line them up. And it is Oliver Evans from Old Zavarians is in station 1. We have Thomas Hughes in 2. From Williamstown, Jed Gibney is in 3. In 4, Nathaniel Ueka from Doncaster. Jackson Wright's in station 6. Noah Thorpe from Ringwood. He is in 7. Brady Ryan from Glen Huntly in 8. Joshua Daly, Collingwood Harriers in 9. Ben Lunt is in 10. And from Deakin, Oliver Bradshaw is in station 11. So there are 10 starters, the men's C 800.
On your mark.
So good clean start here, 10 runners. On the inside there, Oliver Evans looking really good. We'll have a little bit of favouritism from Nick Wall as he sees Oliver Evans lining up beautifully in that inner lane. But it's on the outer side there. The Deakin runner in Bradshaw is looking good too as they start to drift across. So also in, that's Jackson Wright in the Western A's gear. And you can see the Glen Huntley runner now forcing his way through, and that's Brady Ryan. So good clean start. But once again, Nick, we're seeing someone charging out. This $100, it's quite a stimulus.
It's setting the races up for PBs, which is important. The $100 cash is nice for our winners, but it means everyone's been running fast so far. I like the way they've tucked in behind here. Ollie Evans has worked out. There's a good pace being set at the front. He's going to wait. But out wide, look at this. We've got Jed Gibney going 3 wide down the straight. And even from Doncaster now, Nathaniel Luca has gone really wide. 59 at the bell. So 59 seconds at the bell. And the whole pack's in it. We're going 5 wide as we go around the bed. That looks like Thomas Hughes with a big move.
Yeah, Hughes is looking to get up in the action now as we see the Old Zavarians there. Oliver Evans starts to take the lead. Second place now, that's Jackson Wright in the Western A's uniform. And it was Thomas Hughes, the man who made that big move. And look at him charge down the back straight, Nick.
Yes, Hughes looks to be the challenger for me right now. So Evans, he's got 5 metres on the chasing pack. There's probably still 4 or 5 in it. And right now they are slowly making a move, and it is Thomas Hughes. So Hughes, he went at the bell. He went 5 wide in the bend. Can Evans hang on, Tim?
Yeah, he's looking good though, Hughes. What a charge. He made a great move there, but also watch out for Jackson Wright as well. It's on here, but I think it might be Thomas Hughes, the man who's got the goods.
Jackson Wright throwing everything at him down the straight, but it's going to be Hughes. He's going to take it, and he's going to dip under 2 minutes. So I reckon he's going to get himself a sub 2 minute run and the win. A lot to celebrate there. The field was chock-a-block there. Everyone from 2 minutes to 2:05. Great racing it was. Well done.
So sub 2 there. We'll wait for the official timing. I assume Results Hub will be working all night tonight. So check in on AV Results Hub to get all of the results as the electronic timing. Great team up there.
So,
Dave Hansford, also Bob Hallett doing their job. So great team. They've got the A team here tonight on electronic timing. So we'll see that filtering through to Results Hub quickly. Over to you, Nick.
So Thomas Hughes, is it a PB? Sub 2 minutes if it's official?
Most definitely.
What was your PB coming in?
2 minutes, but that was 2 years ago.
So 2 minutes. Why haven't you run for 2 years of PB? What's going on?
Year 12 wasn't great.
Year 12. Where was year 12 last year?
2 years ago, Mentone Grammar.
Mentone Grammar. Oh, the Melbourne Pack. I should have picked it up. Great man. Sean Williams, of course, I imagine. Yeah, so well done. Sub 2 minutes. Hopefully we'll wait officially. $100 cash from TSA. Well done.
So 13 runners, that's bigger than the Victorian Open 1500 final. Nick, this is an 800 with 13 runners.
We are waiting for hip numbers 13 and 14 in our first event. Riddy and Elizabeth.
Elizabeth Coffey.
Riddy and Elizabeth, your race is on the track. You've signed in. We are ready to race.
So let's announce the field. We've lost a couple more, so we are now down to 11 starters. And they are. We welcome her back from the ski fields from Collingwood Harriers, Karima Wakim. It's 3 from Diamond Valley, Poppy Scott Dalgleish. 4 from Mentone, Karen Hayter. Station 5 from Glen Huntley, Amy McKinley. In 6 from Athletics Essendon, Madigan Carroll. In 7 from Mentone, Sarah Hastings. Lining up in Station 8, Michaela Ward, Box Hill. Then we have Akira Little in 9, Olivia Gosson in 10, from Glen Huntley, Ruby Donaldson 11, and Louis Bignell is in 12. They're our starters in the women's B 800.
On your mark.
So good field here, as you said. Karima Wakim on the inside. Aerial skier now turned track runner again, but the fast one setting the pace here is Madigan Carroll. She's gone out very aggressively out wide. Tim, the Essendon athlete.
Well, she had a great junior championships, Madigan Carroll. Certainly one to watch out for. But we are seeing McKinley now from Glen Huntley just easing up across. Wakim in next position. Watch out for Hayter as well. Certainly maturing and developing as an 800-metre runner through Milers Club and also state champs.
She went sub 30 through the first 200, Tim, so this is quick.
Yeah, it is quick, but McKinley's been cool of head there and just starting to ease herself forward. Just watch out for Hayter. She's sitting right on the shoulder now of Wakim. And then I think that might be Scott Dalgleish in the next position from Diamond Valley.
Yeah, and the field spread a little bit behind them at the moment, but Carroll and McKinley are going to come down the front straight together, and it's going to be somewhere in the low 60s. You called it well. Hayter and Wakim are the next two through. Scott Dalgleish, and then you've also got there the Box Hill athlete, Michaela Ward. So that's 65 at the bell. The next group are going to go through in 67. We're going to look to pick it up in this next group through. You've got Gosson and also Hastings at 73. Little goes through in 74. Donaldson, and rounding out the field there is Bignell, Tim.
Yep, so good leading two out in front at the moment. McKinley quite content just to sit off the back of Carroll at the moment. who has been setting the pace, and what a rapid pace it was over that first 400. Gap then to Akim with Hayter just off the back of her, Scott Dalgleish. Then we have Michaela Ward from Box Hill just trying to bridge that gap, but out front, no change, Nick.
No, not at all. Possibly, though, now Scott Dalgleish is the one that's trying to make a move. It's a 20-metre gap if she can get there. Carol started to go at the 200. She's put the pressure on. She said, McKinley, you're going to have to catch me if you can with 150 remaining. So it's a race in two out in front. Really good race it is indeed. So Carol, the 14-year-old youngster from Essendon. McKinley trying to hunt her down. So McKinley, the more experienced of the two. Carol pushes to the outside lane. She's going to gut this out. McKinley strong though. She's going to get closer at the line. Carol, McKinley, it's going to be the inside. Carol takes the cash. 2:17 unofficial. Scott Dalgleish has flown home well. Joaquin with a nice run. Hayter, next through's Ward, the Box Hill athlete. Really good run here from the next Mentone athlete in Hastings. She'll be a tick over 2:30. Gosson will be 2:31. Next through comes Donaldson. She'll be at 2:37. Good run by Little there. That'll be just on 2:40. And rounding out the field will be Bignell. But good run again there, Tim. I'll give you the $100 cash to present to our winner, Madigan Carroll of Essendon.
Madigan Carroll, what a great junior champs you had on the podium so many times. Obviously, your form improving beautifully this year.
Yeah, it's going good. All the training's paying off, so yeah.
Who's coaching you?
Charlotte Wilson.
Another one of the Wilson mob there. So $100, how are you going to spend that?
I don't know yet.
Maybe some new spikes.
Maybe, yeah.
Madigan Carroll, really one to watch. He's a great junior, and what a run that was. Leading a gun to take there. And another $100 given away here.
Oh, the 14-year-old youngster from Essendon. McKinley trying to hunt her down. So McKinley, the more experienced of the two. Carol pushes to the outside lane. She's going to gut this out. McKinley strong though. She's going to get closer at the line. Carol, McKinley, it's going to be the inside. Carol takes the cash. 2:17 unofficial. Scott Dalgleish.
$11 starters, the men's B, 800 metres. Janik Ernst from Athletics Essendon's in 1. In 4, we have Will Lindsay. Station 5 from Sandringham. He knows how to win a race. It is Hamish Donahue. In 6, from Box Hill, one of the hometown favourites, Toby Griffith. In 8, from St Kevin's, we welcome back Gus Simpfendorfer. In 9, from Mentone, Alexander Gibson. In 10, from Athletics Chilwell, Charles Lay. Ned Tyrrell from St Kevin's in 11. Matthew Sostarak, Athletics Essendon in 12. Noah Wright, Yarra Rangers in 13. And Alex Rowe in 14. They're your starters in the men's B, 800 metres. So 11 starters, Nick. This is a crowded field, but we've got Alex Rowe lining up. Isn't it good to see him back?
Yeah, the man's run 1:44 before, Tim, so very quick indeed.
And looks like Griffith might be the one who wants to take the lead here. Very famous name on the Box Hill track.
Well, his dad's been giving us the cash checks tonight, or the cash envelopes tonight to hand out. A great man here, president of Box Hill, of course. The interesting one here is I've seen Gus Simpfendorfer, second 800 in a week. Yep. Obviously stepping up from being at the World Under-20s last year over 400 metres.
Now it is Lay who's starting to just get the initiative here and get them really rolling along nicely. Watch out for Donahue. This kid has the best kick finish in Victorian athletics at the moment. He'll come from nowhere and take a win. So just watch the way he gets around. Gibson's gone wide at the moment.
probably a little bit conservative, Tim, I feel. There's a lot of looking around here. The plaque's really close.
So no right in good position at the moment. So Starrick, then we've got Gibson going wide. Rowe at the back of the pack, but Griffith starts to launch.
If you're telling me there's a big kick to watch from Donahue, he's going to have to do the work from the inside. He looks to his shoulder there and he sees on his outside he's got Simpfendorfer, but Griffith has gone with 300. So with 300 to go, 250 now.
Now watch Simpfendorfer go. He's going down the outside. He's going to approach Gibson. Also Noah Wright as well, but Toby Griffith leads the way. Now it looks like it might be the Yarra Rangers athlete in right.
It is. It was a strong move. They're all chasing now, but it's Simpfendorfer, the 400-metre man, former national champ over the distance, under 20 Australian representative last year, and he says, I'm going to catch you, Griffith, down the straight. Griffith on the inside. Simpfendorfer goes wide. Donahue's flying. Donahue's come from nowhere. 154, Simpfendorfer. Donahue, Griffith. Next through looked to be Ernst. What a field. Everyone inside 201, Tim. But our winner, no doubt about it, Simpfendorfer, he made up for his under-20 run on the weekend. 205 down to 154. Gus Simpfendorfer, I've got $100 cash for you. Gus, tell us, mate. You've made a change this season. You've gone from the 4 to the 8. Tell us what's going on.
Just got a bit sick of 4s. I thought I've always wanted to make the switch to the 8s. So I thought going to Opens next year is a perfect opportunity.
So is it a change of coach as well as change of squad to step up in distance?
Not a change of squad. I'm just part-time with Rising now. With training with a couple of really fast boys there, so...
Yeah, so a bit of help with that new distance. Gus Simpfendorfer, well done, 154 new PB. National champ over the distance, under 20 Australian representative last year, and he says, I'm going to catch you, Griffith, down the straight. Griffith on the inside. Simpfendorfer goes wide. Donahue's flying. Donahue's come from nowhere. 154, Simpfendorfer. Donahue, Griffith. Next through looked to be Ernst.
In 2 from Collingwood Harriers, it is Luke Major. Station 3 from South Australia, DeGraw Amakata. Also from South Australia, we have in 4, Harry May. Station 5, Jack Atherton. Station 6, the Victorian 800-metre champion, Joshua Perdrasat. Station 9 from Collingwood Harriers, Oscar Mazaraki. In 10, we have Asher Gillings. And 11, Finian Russell, Olds of Arians. And in 12, Alex Beddoes. They're your starters in the men's A 800 metres.
Tim, there's $1,000 cash here. 600 for our winner, 300 for second, 100 for third. Someone's going to go home very happy this evening.
And what a field. We're in the starters' hands.
On your mark.
So Langbourne on the inside. Luke Major, the former Australian 400-metre hurdle. Josh Perdrasat, the newly crowned Victorian 800-metre champion. Alex Beddoes, national representative of the Cook Islands. We've got our South Australian visitors there in May and Amakata. Finian Russell, the new under-20 Victorian champion of Olds of Arians over 1,500. Isn't a full field here of class. And it's Perdrasat. He led from gun to tape on the weekend at the 800. He took his maiden Victorian title. Now running with Liz Matthews, stepped up from the 400-metre hurdles. And Alex Beddoes is going to be the one chasing him with our South Australian visitor in third, Harry May.
So Perdrasat doing exactly what he did at Lakeside over the weekend. He just went to the front and said, catch me if you can. Beddoes, though, in the next position there, looking strong. Then May. Atherton in next position now. Mitch Langbourne starting to wind it up round the outside. Also took home a Victorian championship.
So here you've got the Victorian champion from the weekend. Jack Atherton won the South Australian state title, I believe, as well. Harry May's the tall figure in the yellow. Alex Beddoes is, of course, the Cook Islands representative.
So very exciting race now. So Perdrasat's led all the way, but now Beddoes takes the lead. To the outside there, you've got Langbourne, the Keyless and Berners runner going with him. Perdrasat's done now. So it's Langbourne just challenging Beddoes. You've got May fighting on hard, also Atherton and DeGraw Amakata.
So, Tim, they hit the straight. You've got 3 South Australians chasing the man from the Cook Islands, and Langbourne, of course, of Keilor St Bernard's. Atherton on the inside, he finds a gap through. Atherton, the South Australian's going to go back-to-back wins. Beddoes next, Amakata, May, South Australia, 1, 3, 4. Next you had Langbourne, Major, Russell, Perdrasat. Really strong field there, Tim. We haven't got an official time on that one, but all importantly, we're going to keep our 3 winners with you. We're going to get our 3 envelopes. We're going to come across to the dais with you, Tim, if we can. So if our first 3 make their way across the dais, we're going to give you cash straight away.
Amakata.
So, Tim, they hit the straight. You've got 3 South Australians chasing the man from the Cook Islands, and Langbourne, of course, of Keilor St Bernard's. Atherton on the inside, he finds a gap through. Atherton, the South Australian's going to go back-to-back wins. Beddoes next, Amakata, May, South Australia, 1, 3, 4. Next.
Chris O'Connor, former president of Box Hill Athletic Club, to do the honours. So let's go to our 3rd place getter from South Australia. It is DeGraw Amakata. So you're receiving $100. So $300 in second position. And it goes to the man from the Cook Islands, Alex Beddoes. But going from the South Australian Championship to the Box Hill Classic, representing Team Tempo in South Australia, our winner tonight, receiving $600. It is Jack Atherton. So congratulations to DeGraw. Also Alex and Jack.
Guys, just look at this one for a minute. Squeeze up, guys. So, Tim, while we do the photos, that presentation, I'll announce our women's A race. From the inside, great season this year over the 2 laps. Emily McLean of Glen Huntly. Into the state 1500 metre champion, Madeline Murray of St Stephen's. In 3, from Western Athletics, the 800 metre Victorian champion, Rochelle Kennedy. In 4, from Maccabi, Shani Alandon. In 5, another Japanese visitor today, Yumi Kitamura. In 6, from Melbourne University, Isabella Scott. In 7, from Glen Huntly, Claudia Carter. In 8, from Doncaster, Connor Gist. In 9, the very talented junior from Collingwood, Lucy Delbridge. In 10, from Western Athletics, Janae Mackerel. In 11, from Doncaster, Sani Bakker. And in 12, Meg Dean. Women's A, 800 metres. So just a field of 10, no Carter or Mackerel.
On your mark.
So great to see the Victorian 1500 and also the Victorian 800 metre champions from the weekend lining up back here, and they are Madeline Murray and also Rochelle Kennedy, and they're 2 that are going to be up front in the pecking order here, running for that $600 first prize. So as they settle, Murray. Then we have the figure of Kennedy. To the outside there, that would be...
Kitamura's moving along nicely, Tim. Kitamura's moving well, and she's got a 2:00 PB, Tim.
Yeah, exactly right. But Isabel Scott also in the mix at the moment. So Izzy Scott going to the outside there, but I think she's out. She had a few problems on the weekend in the Vic 8 and had to pull out of the final. And Landon now sitting in that 4th position.
So Murray will lead them down the straight. You see Landon out wide, 2 out. Kennedy sitting beautifully on the heels there of Murray. Our visitor Kitamura from Japan in 3rd. Gist goes through nicely next. Then you've got McLean, Delbridge the junior, Dean and Bakker. And Tim, it was quick at the bell. It was right on 60.
So they're really forcing this pace at the Vic Champs. Murray just played with the field and then just exploded away. Kennedy had a hard-fought win in that one, but she was supreme in the 8. And what we're seeing now is exactly the same thing. Madeline Murray just winding up this pace down the back straight. Rochelle Kennedy not able to respond. Bit of a gap then to Landon. And then it is Kitamura from Japan in next position, then Gist.
Yes, well, there's a serious race on here, Tim. It's a race for cash and race for personal best times. The clock's only at 1:38, Tim, so it's going to be quick. So Murray out in front in the St Stephen's colours, of course. Kennedy from off the weekends. He got the 1,500 metre champ in front. Can the 800 metre champ find something? Landon's moved into third behind them. Then Kitamura and also just Delbridge flying home also. But down the main straight, Madeline Murray's going to take this. It's not going to be far outside 203. Murray through the line. It'll be 203 high. Kennedy. Kitamura's come back for third, our Japanese visitor. Landon through next. Just Delbridge. Meg Dean's flying home will be just over 213. McLean and also Backer. What a great run, though. Madeline Murray in a fine vein of form. Tim, I'll get you to take this presentation across again. If we can have our top three straight across. Something. Landon's moved into third behind them. Then Kitamura and also just Delbridge flying home also. But down the main straight, Madeline Murray's going to take this. It's not going to be far outside 203. Murray through the line. It'll be 203 high. Kennedy. Kitamura's come back for third, our Japanese visitor.
Receiving the $100 from Japan. It is Yumi Kitamura. Our second place getter receiving the $300 from Western Athletics, Rochelle Kennedy. And the Box Hill Classic $600 winner in the women's A 800 metres from St Stephen's, Madeline Murray. Congratulations to Yumi, Rochelle, and also Madeline, medalists and money winners in the women's A 800. We now go to one of our special events, Nick. Have you got the start list?
We do, Tim. So this is a mixed 800. Kat Bissett's just come off some great vein of form. Of course, the Australian record holder over this distance. And here she's going to be helped out by an absolute legion of stars. Finn Johnson's going to go around again. Cameron Lee, Mitchell Wilson, Bradley Hall, Seb Dalton. But in the middle, let's welcome, with hip number 4 on this evening, the Australian record holder over 800 metres, Kat Bissett. So let's watch the clock here at halfway. We're expecting something quick.
On your mark.
So one of her training partners there, Mitch Wilson, he's just to the outside of Bissett, so they'll be in familiar territory here as they start to set the pace over that first 100 metres. So you can see Bissett just working off the shoulder of Wilson. On the inside there, that's Johnson moving through. And to the outer lanes, we've got Brad Hall.
So there should be no problem, Tim, with a bit of wind protection with this group. The wind has died beautifully, and Kat Bissett's going to go through 200 metres looking superb in 27 high.
So Bissett looking comfortable there, sitting in that 4th spot with hip number 4. Just behind her, Seb Dalton, and then you've got Cameron Lee. So a nice packed bunch here with Mitch Wilson just setting that pace beautifully out front.
So, of course, Kat Bissett, 158 Australian record holder. I've seen a few of our legendary Australian 800 metre runners in the crowd tonight. I saw Charlene Rendina up there first. Of course, one of the first ones that held that 159.00 for a long time. At the bell, we're going to get 58.5, Tim. 58.5 for Kat Bissett. She's the 4th in the pack.
So looking good at the moment. Bissett just sitting there. We've got one going wide of her. It's Brad Hall just in front and Wilson still doing the leading. Looks like Bissett's got a bit of a go here, though, Nick. She's really looking like she's champing at the bit to get going down the back straight.
So we've still got one in front of her. Hopefully the boys behind can push her through and not let her drop back. The time through 600 is going to be all important here for Kat Bissett. She gets going now. The arms start working. 129 Kat at the 600. Let's bring it home in 30 seconds. Let's see a sub 2 minute here at Box Hill. So it's still on. Our pace is absolutely superb.
So
there's no wind down the front straight, Tim. How quick will she go?
Yeah, well, Hall's just urging her on, going to the outside. Let's get behind her. Let's do our bit as well. Kat Bissett streaming down, the best Australian 800-metre runner. Look at the time. It's going to be a quick one. Can she get that sub-2? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Whoa, right on. Once again, we'll wait.
Unofficial, Tim. It definitely was 59.7 high. So 59 unofficial. We'll have to wait for upstairs for a time.
And Mitch Wilson coming through now. Well done. Big smile on his face. He did his job. So we'll wait for the official time on that one.
So Kat Bissett, 159.90. Nice work to go sub 2 minutes at Box Hill. Another round of applause there for our winner there of that mixed race. In a great form, Kat Bissett, the Australian record holder over 800. Some exciting things ready for the rest of the summer. So we're going to move to our 1500 shortly. A reminder, we've got the pizza go.
Yeah, well, Hall's just urging her on, going to the outside. Let's get behind her. Let's do our bit as well. Kat Bissett streaming down, the best Australian 800-metre runner. Look at the time. It's going to be a quick one. Can she get that sub-2? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Whoa, right on. Once again, we'll wait.
Unofficially, it's 9.29. He's going to take the $100 cash. I reckon he's going to go PB shape here. He pushes the sign over as he goes past. 2:13. Great run. Second, Cripps has still got him by about 15 metres. He's going to take the $100 cash. Cripps goes through. He looks at the clock. 2:02. Fantastic running. Stewart comes through.
Got the goods.
Jackson Wright throwing everything at him down the straight. But it's going to be Hughes. He's going to take it, and he's going to dip under 2 minutes. So I reckon he's going to... The 14-year-old youngster from Essendon. McKinley trying to hunt her down. So McKinley, the more experienced of the two. Carroll pushes to the outside lane. She's going to gut this out. McKinley strong, though. She's going to get closer at the line. Carroll, McKinley. It's going to be the inside. Carroll takes the cash. 2:17 unofficial. Scott Champ over the distance, under a 20 Australian representative last year, and he says, I'm going to catch you, Griffith, down the straight. Griffith on the inside. Stempendorfer goes wide. Donohue's flying. Donohue's come from nowhere. 154, Stempendorfer. Donohue, Griffith. Next through look to be
Carter.
So, Tim, they hit the straight. You've got 3 South Australians chasing the man from the Cook Islands, and Langbourne, of course, of Keilor St Bernard's. Atherton on the inside. He finds a gap through. Atherton, the South Australian's going to go back-to-back wins. Beddoes next. Amakata, May, South Australia, 1-3-4. Something. Landon's moved into third behind them. Then Kitamura and also just the track, having run the 200 metres indoors in Europe in the past few weeks.
It was nice. And it's nice having like a good, clean inside lane. Don't have to do all the crazy shuffling around like in the indoor circuit, so it was really nice.
You had a lot of good helpers out there tonight. Did you play them well?
I'm so grateful. I pretty much, Ned and I organised this with like 3 or 4 days notice, so just like shows how amazing the Melbourne running culture is. Like everyone was so excited to get on board and got, amazing group of young men who are just so talented in their own right, who are just willing to come and help me out. Like, I'm so grateful. It's one of the best things. One of the greatest things that we do as athletes is feel that support from the community.
So first lap, about 58, looked really good. What's the plan to go faster this season, obviously? How are you going to set these races up? Because that looked really comfortable tonight. And obviously, as I said, we've just come off a European campaign. There's a whole Australian summer to go before the Internationals Overseas Series. What's the plan to race a lot quicker?
Probably tapering, because I did a pretty horrible track session on Tuesday. So I think I'd feel a little bit fresher next time round. So I'll do Brisbane and then Nationals after that. Yeah, I think it's just I don't know, letting all the training soak in and committing. You know, I think part of tonight was just some practice of, you know, full send, just trying to just see what I can do. So that's kind of the goal for the next couple of races.
Well, you certainly sent it tonight. So congratulations again, Kat Bissett, 159.9, women's 800. Bridge flying home also, but down the main straight, Madeline Murray's going to take this. It's not going to be far outside 203. Murray through the line. It'll be 203 high. Kennedy, Kitamura's come back for third, our Japanese visitor. She go.
Yeah, well, Hall's just urging her on, going to the outside. Let's get behind her. Let's do our bit as well. Kat Bissett streaming down, the best Australian 800-metre runner. Look at the time. It's going to be a quick one. Can she get that sub-2? It's going to be close. It's going to be close. Whoa, right on. Once again, we'll wait.
Reminder for all our 1,500 metre runners to get their way across to the start, please, for event number 10 and 11. So for event number 10 and 11, men's F and E can please make their way to the start line immediately.
Another little special announcement too, Nick. Box Hill Athletic Club have released their 90-year anniversary book. So that is for sale here, particularly for our Box Hill people. The Box Hill anniversary 90-year book is here. Chris O'Connor's doing sales of that up near the grandstand. Be some great names in that book for sure. So next up, we will be going to the 1,500 metres and we're starting with the F race. We've got 11 starters. Once they're on the line, we'll introduce our field of the men's F 1,500 metres. Remember, every race wins the 100. Time to introduce the field now for the men's F 1500 metres. There are 11 starters. Jonathan Mansour is in 1. Alan Coleman, Old Zaverians in Station 2. Jesper Bignall from Williamstown in 5. Anthony Stamoulis is in 6. Next to him, Robert Jones is in Station 7. And then we have Harry Lynn in 8 from Williamstown. John Birmingham from the Northern Territory, the 70-year-old superstar. I'll make that about 71, 72, John? 72. He's been cracking Australian records left, right and centre. It's great to have him back down from the Northern Territory in Victoria. And I think a former Box Hill Athletic Club runner. In 10, we have from Williamstown, James Lynn. In 11, from TXR, Dylan Jennings. And Matthew Seddon from Box Hills in 12. They're our starters in the men's F 1500 metres. So good start there on the inside there. I think that might be Bignall, one of the early starters there. We've got the two Lynn twins also in the Williamstown strip. And you see John Birmingham, the most experienced man in the field, just settling towards the back. Looking for 5.02 or thereabouts. He'll also be running to the Miners Club next week. So John's down in Victoria for a couple of weeks to have a shot at some Australian records in his age group. We've already seen one of those go tonight, Nick Wall. So let's see if John Birmingham from the Northern Territory can have a go at another one. So he's well positioned at the moment. But out front, I think that might be Bignall. We'll settle them or sort them out as they come through. The Old Zaverians runner there, also moving along nicely.
Yeah, that's Anthony Stamoulis, the Old Zaverians runner. Dylan Jennings moving nicely there of TXR. Looking really good, but it's a really stretched field here in ages, Tim, isn't it?
It certainly is. And, you know, you've got from the juniors, the under-14s, the Lynn twins, right through to a 70-pluser there in John Birmingham. But great to see, and that's what athletics is all about. All abilities, all ages, all inclusive.
And impressive tonight to see six heats for the men's 1500.
So Mansour in a little bit of no man's land at the moment because it drops then back to Coleman. One of the Lynn twins just hitching a ride there on Alan Coleman at the moment. Not a bad spot to be, but out front it is Bignall. Also Stamoulis and Dylan Jennings sitting in third position. So nice, steady, even pacing out there at the moment. Birmingham still moving along nicely. Robbie Jones in the Geelong kit, not too far behind him. And then the second of the Lynn twins. And then we have Matthew Seddon from a Box Hill. But coming into the home straight to get 2 laps to go, Jesper Bignall from the Williamstown Club leading the way.
And he looks really comfortable there, Tim. Really good tempo he's set. This group of 3 now have moved away a little bit. Mansour of Melbourne University's next. Alan Coleman running really well with it's Harry Lynn of the 2 between them. And between Harry and his brother James, you've also got Robert Jones.
So Matthew Seddon coming through, 2 laps to go.
So there'll be 2:30 at 1500, Tim. So you tell me, what pace are we on?
2:30, that's about the 4:40-something pace. So augurs well. You're seeing Birmingham now coming through the 800 there in about 2:40, just over. So travelling along at around 5 minute 1500 metre pace at the moment. But out front, no real change. Bignall, Stamoulis, then Jennings in that order. Robbie Jones has made a good move and gone just ahead there of Coleman. Lynn just to the outside of him. And I think that is Harry up front. Then with Birmingham, then James Lynn, and then Seddon. So into the home straight now, 500 metres. So they're going through the kilometre in about 3:14 at the 1K mark. So Coleman and Jones now hitting the 1K in about 3:22, and now we see Birmingham come through that mark in about 3:25.
So the crowd's just told Jasper to get the $100. 3:30 at the bell. Stimulus wants a bit of that cash as well. He's going to be the one chasing him. And the nice pack moving here now, including Coleman and also Jones and Lynn.
So if Birmingham can keep those 80-second laps, he's really going to be right on that mark of 5:02.8 for the Australian 70-plus 1,500-metre record. So let's get behind John Birmingham as he goes down that back straight. But out front, the race is now on as we're seeing Dylan Jennings make the next move. So we may have a new leader soon chasing that $100.
Jennings goes to his shoulder now, though, but Bignell doesn't want to give up that inside rail. Smart running is from Bignell on the inside. He's gone back to the front now. So Jasper Bignell out in front. Stimulus looks like he might be gone. He's not going to get the cash from there. Can Bignell hang on? He looks over his right shoulder. He might have fought off the challengers. They go past the Box Hill Classic sign now. Jennings is going to throw everything at him. But Jasper Bignell's going to take it in 4:46. $100 cash. Nice run from Jennings. Stimulus was brave as he worked his way right through it. Manstua comes through next. Then we've also got Harry Lynn. Next is through is Jones, Coleman.
5 minutes. He's just going to miss that Australian record. He's going to be at Doncaster next week to having to go 5:05 thereabouts. John Birmingham, great running.
Not bad from the over 70s world champion.
Yep, exactly. So James Lynn, next one through. Now let's get behind Matthew Seddon from Box Hill as he comes into the home straight to finish off the men's F 1,500 metres.
Okay, Jesper. Now, I reckon I heard a lot of Liz Matthews' squad then saying, get the $100 cash. Do they reckon they're getting a piece of this action?
No.
No chance? What are you going to spend it on?
Save it.
You've got 2 more questions you've got to answer, otherwise I've got the cash. You can't get it until you answer 2 more questions. So, was it a PB, 4:46?
Yeah.
How big a PB was it?
2 seconds.
2-second PB. We happy, Jesper? Well done, Jesper Pitt. There we go. $100 cash. Well run tonight. Are you still 12, Jesper? Or you turned 13 yet? 13 now. So 13 years old, 4:46 personal best. Looks like he might be gone. He's not going to get the cash from there. Can Bignell hang on? He looks over his right shoulder. He might have fought off the challengers. They go past the Box Hill Classic sign now. Jennings is going to throw everything at him. But Jasper Bignell's going to take it in 4:46. $100 cash. Nice run.
Of 8. And they are in Station 1 from Athletics Essendon, Noah Torello. Andrew Lego from Mentones in 3. In 5, Aidan Davis. We saw him just before from Athletics Essendon lining up in the 15. Reece Kane, Williamstown's in 6. Liam Michelle from Glen Huntley's in 8. Jay Coxon is in 10. Andre Maladay from Box Hill in 11. And in Station 15 from Mornington Peninsula, Will Pratt. They're our starters in the men's E 1,500 metres. Can we have the back straight clear, please? We are racing, so no warming up on the back straight. Back straight clear, please. So underway now, Aidan Davis. Can he get $200 tonight? So the young blonde figure from Athletics Essendon leading the way at the moment. To the outside of him, we do have the Box Hill runner. That could be Andre Maladay, the tall figure, and he now takes the lead. So Maladay and also Davis out front. One of our unattached runners then in next position. So that could be Coxon as they start to settle. So Lego sitting towards the back of the rear pack in... I don't think it's the Mentone strip. I'll have to watch out what Lego's got on tonight. But Dondre Maladay leading the way at the moment as they come through and start to settle this 1,500 metres down. So $100 on the line once again. And that is Jay Coxon in next position. Noah Torello's up there. Also there, Reece Kane. Will Pratt coming through now in the Mornington colours. So Maladay, Coxon, Davis, then Torello in that order. Then Liam Michelle. And we have our young Williamstown runner there in Reece Kane and Andrew Lego, the tall figure at the rear of the pack. So nice bunched group, this one. And we see Torello, the next one to make a bit of a move. So Maladay leading through at the moment. They're 500 in. So no real change out there at the moment. Reece Kane, he's made a little bit of a move forward. Davis just dropping back a little bit with Coxon. Lego still just ready to pounce there, the experienced runner from Mentone. But on the outside, Reece Kane. He's looking strong, just starting to make that move down the outside as Andre Maladay still sets the pace out forward. As they go through with 2 laps to go, this is still anybody's race as Reece Kane just edges his way towards the front. Also making a good move there, Liam Michelle alongside Davis. Now Lego decides it's time to go. So 2 laps to go now for Pratt as they approach the 800 in about 221, 222, maybe 23. So we're on about 430 pace, just under in this men's E 1500 metres as Lego takes the lead. Michelle the next one to go to the outside there, but Maladay goes again. So about the 3rd or 4th change of lead, and I think we might see some more as Reece Kane also starting to dig in. A little bit of a gap then to the 2 Essendon runners there in Torello and also Davis, then a gap back to Coxon and also Pratt. But out front, this is going to be a real strategic race with that $100 on the line. So Lego now goes to the outside again of Maladay. Michelle looking good. He's just got to take that inside lane for another 500 metres. They're 1K through the journey here. Lego to the outside of Maladay. Not much changing. Michelle in great position. Gap then to Kane and also Torello. So 3:16 through the bell. It is on, the 2 tallest figures in the field. Going side by side, and Michelle makes a really good move just to get on the ankles there. So he is really moving nicely, the young man from Glen Huntly. $100 up for grabs here once again. I'm not going to pick this one at any stage now because they've all been putting themselves out there. Michelle's had the greatest or the best of the sits along the way. Maladay's decided he wanted to lead a lot. We've also had Lego take his turn out front. Now Michelle goes. What a move that it was. And Maladay's not going to let him have it by himself, though. Maladay not letting him into the inside rail, which is a great move. So Andre Maladay goes again. Those long legs of Maladay. Look at that stride change. And Maladay's just been toying with the field. He's got the $100 wrapped up. And Andre Maladay from Box Hill really polishes off this last 200 metres. Saw a great move from Liam Michelle. But Andre Maladay, he's going to bring it home just on the 420 mark. Good running, though, by Michelle. And, gee, what a finish here from Torello. Over the top of Lego. Kane coming in strong. They're going to be under the 430 mark. And then we have Davis. He's already got his $100. So big night here for Aiden Davis. Not a lot of break between the 8 and 15. And Jay Coxon, he'll be the one who rounds it out there. 442. And then Will Pratt from Mornington. Let's get him under that 450 mark safely there. So Will Pratt also through. Andre Maladay come over here and collect $100. So how was that? Just sat in there nicely. A few changes in lead, weren't there?
Yeah, a few changes. I just want to be there for the kick at the end.
That was a nice kick, about 170 out. You decided to go again. Liam made the big move and you wouldn't let him in.
Yeah, just went away.
Well done, Andre Maladay. $100 richer for winning the men's E 1500. With the field, he's got the $100 wrapped up, and Andre Maladay from Box Hill really polishes off this last 200 metres. Saw a great move from Liam Michelle, but Andre Maladay, he's going to bring it home just on the 420 mark. Good running, though, by Michelle, and gee, what a finish here from Torello. Over the top of Lego. Kane coming in. Next event up on the track is the men's D 1500 metres. We have 13 starters. Riley Walsh from Athletics Essendon in 1. Jordan Michelle from Melbourne University in 3. Then we have in 6 from Athletics Essendon, Ben Rouse. Nicholas Blackney is in 7. Daniel Hopkins, VCCL in 8. Tyler Denboa, Melbourne University in 9. From Glen Huntly, Terry Saccharides in 10. Andrew Turver from Mornington Peninsula in 11. Josh Lewin, St Kevin's in 12. From Mentone, Lachlan Fulton in 13. Will Tehan is in 14. Liam Stocky, Old Severians, we saw him in that famous 4x8 earlier. He is in 15. And from Mentone, Matthew Bergen, 16. They are our starters in the men's D 1500 metres. So nice start there on the inside. Looks like it's the Melbourne University colours. That could be Michelle. Also Tyler Denboa in this field. Turver off to a good start, but two of the Melbourne Uni boys are quite prevalent early. So let's wait for them to settle and get around here. So this is the men's D 1500 metres. Once again, $100 on the line in each of these races. And I think we might have a pacemaker here. So the pacemaker, none other than Victorian 1500 metre champ and 5000 metre champ Lachlan Hurd as the two Melbourne Uni boys there in Michelle. Also Denboa out the front and looking strong. So Lachie Hurd, we'll get an impression of what the pace strategy is here as they go through that 400 metre mark. Around now, about a 66, 67, so around that 410 mark at the moment. So nice, steady pacing. As you can see, they're really starting to stretch out that line, and that's a sign that the pacing is pretty hot out front. As you see, Lachie Hurd just striding out beautifully as they go through the 500 in 123. So Michelle, first on the track behind the pacemaker. Then we have Denboa. Also up there at the moment is Turver from Mornington Peninsula. And Riley Walsh also moving along nicely, I believe. We'll identify them as they come back through. But Lachie Hurd getting them through now to 2 laps to go. So that's Rouse in next position. Then we have Fulton, Saccharides. Then we have Riley Walsh. And the next of our Mentone runners there. And that's Bergen. But out front, they really are starting to stretch this. So Jordan Michelle, Melbourne University, got a gap, probably 2, 3, maybe 4 metres now. Not a lot of change as we see Rouse moving nicely just off the back of Denboa. Turver in the next position. And then we see Riley Walsh, the Essendon runner, just coming alongside Saccharides from Glen Huntly. Then we have Fulton from Mentone. But Hurd's done his job. He's got them to 1K in 2:52 thereabouts. So we're into about the 420 range at the moment. Probably low 420s, if not high teens. But I think we're going to see quite a nice kick down. As we see the Essendon runner there, Rouse, really starting to wind it up here. As Michelle leads the way. Saccharides now goes to the outside. Also coming through is Will Tehan. Another one up there, Daniel Hopkins, VCCL. But out front, not a lot of change as they come through 300 out. Turver looks like he's got the goods to go to the outside now, but it is the next of the Melbourne Uni runners, and that's Denboa. Makes the first move, but Turver counters that. Remember, still $100 on the line for this race at the moment. Jordan Michelle, Melbourne Uni's got that in his pocket, but there's plenty of challenges. And Andrew Turver, I believe, will be one of those as they start to really get moving around this top bend. So Michelle, Turver, Denboa, Saccharides, Rouse, and also Walsh in that order. But into the home straight, he's led all the way, sitting off that pacer, Lockie Hurd, but it will be Jordan Michelle, I believe. I can't see Turver bridging this gap. And Jordan Michelle, what a run out front. Time checks 4:08, so it's going to be around that 4:10 mark, just over. And Jordan Michelle, he'll take over $100, 4:14 unofficial. Good run from Turver. Then we had Rouse coming through, Sakaridis. Also coming through there, Nicholas Blackney, Denboa's through, also Fulton, Hopkins through, Matthew Bergen. Nice dip there from Liam Stockey. And Josh Lewin will round out the field in the men's D 1500 metres. Jordan Michelle, nice being paced by the Vic 1500 and 5K champ, isn't it?
It's beautiful, yeah. You did a really great job. Thanks, Lockie, for that.
How was the pacing for you? Was that close to PB tonight?
Yeah, it was about a 5-second PB, so very happy with that.
You should be, and well done because you're taking home the $100. So, Jordan Michelle, well done. But into the home straight, he's led all the way, sitting off that pacer, Lockie Hurd, but it will be Jordan Michelle, I believe. I can't see Turver bridging this gap. And Jordan Michelle, what a run out front. Time checks 4:08, so it's going to be around that 4:10 mark, just over. And Jordan Michelle, he'll take over $100, 4:14 unofficial. So next up, we do have the men's C 1500 metres. And we have 13 starters, and they are Oscar O'Connor from Doncaster is in 1. From Ballerine, we have Oliver Armstrong in 2. His teammate Jackson Unthank is in station 3. Jesse Lumby from Athletics Essendon's in 5. Max Luke from Collingwood Harriers in 7. From the VCCL, Ashley Cowan is in 8. Daniel Malone from Knox Athletics in 9. Then we have Gareth Holden in 11. James Hatton from Glen Huntley in 12. From Mornington, Archie Hewitt in 13. Ethan Armstrong Bourne, Diamond Valley in 14. Scott Benedict Box Hill 16. And in 18 from Doncaster, Aidan Marasco. There are starters in the men's C 1500 metres. So nice fast start, a couple of the red uniforms out there. That means Ballerine and that means Oliver Armstrong. He doesn't mind leading. Oscar O'Connor's another one who's quite willing early. And you can see the young Unthank also. That's Jackson. There's only one of them in this race. That makes my life so much easier. But out front, looks like, do we have a pacemaker in this one? I reckon that might be Brad Hall style. Yep, looking at the watch, that's Bradley Hall. Pacemaker Supreme. We saw him willing on Cat Bissett to the 1:59.90 in that great 800 metres just earlier, and Bradley Hall from Knox leading the way with Armstrong just sitting nicely. Hatton to the outside. Had a good race at the Vic Champs. O'Connor's going nicely. We've also got Maxi Luke from Collingwood sitting pretty in that bunch. Unthank to the outside of him. Malone just tucked in nicely. We've also got the Athletics Essendon runner there, and that's Jesse Lumby. So they're through in about 64. So we're on 4-minute pace. That's what Brad Hall's instructions, no doubt, has been. Take them out at 4-minute pace, and that's what they're doing. So Armstrong's just sitting on the back of Hall at the moment. O'Connor's in really good position. He's been doing this a bit at these races, knows how to get into a good spot, and just sits there. You can see the two youngsters, Maxi Luke and also Jackson Unthank, side by side. So Brad Hall just leading at a beautiful pace at the moment. They don't have to think, just follow. And that's exactly what that long line of runners, the only one going out at the moment is Lumbee. And Armstrong tracking beautifully. O'Connor. Hatton in next position. Then Unthank. Luke. Then we have Cowan. Then Lumbee. Malone. Next one up is the Diamond Valley runner there in Armstrong Bourne. Approaching the 800 now. So we're looking for a time around that 2:08, and they're just on that at the moment. Now Pacemaker's done his job. So 2:08, Armstrong's now by himself. He's out by nearly 10 metres over Hatton and also O'Connor on the rails. Few gaps starting to form as you see Malone just now starting to edge away from Lumbee and also Armstrong Bourne. And a good run here from Ashley Cowan from a VCCL in the blue. And he's starting to move up to the chase pack now and taking Max Luke with him. The 1K in at 2:43. Oliver Armstrong from Ballerine. Great to see a good contingent of Ballerine middle distance runners now hitting the track across Victoria. And the famous red uniforms coming through to get the bell. So Hatton moves into 2. O'Connor. Unthank, Cowan, Luke, Malone, gapped into Lumbee, Armstrong Bourne. Next one through is Hewitt. And then from the Richmond Harriers, that's Gareth Holden. But out front, might see a challenge here from Hatton. Remember, there's that $100. Cowan's also looking willing, and being a VCCL runner, he knows what it's like to run for money. But out front, James Hatton just looking a class above at the moment. 200 out, and Hatton just flies for it. Saw him run a really good 800 metres over the weekend, and Hatton going. It's Armstrong looking strong still, but alongside him now is Cowan. But out front, has Hatton gone too early? Because Cowan can smell blood, I think, as he comes into the home straight. But that's just enough now for James Hatton from Glen Huntly. Just to storm away with this one. Can we get under the 4? It's going to be tight. It's going to be close. I think he'll just miss it, but a great run there from Hatton. Cowan in next position. Brave running from Armstrong. He'll come through in 4.6. Then Unthank, O'Connor, Malone, Luke, Lumbee. And then we have Holden. Next one through there is 18. That's Aiden Marasco. Armstrong Bourne. Also Archie Hewitt and Scott Benedict. With the last one through here in the men's C 1500. Taken out in fine form there. James Hatton, who's going to wander over this way and collect $100. James, nice little kick down. What's your PB for 1500?
4:15. I don't know, I haven't done it for a while.
So more of an 800 runner, aren't you? So stepping down to the 15, obviously after a bit of cash there, and got the $100.
Not really. Seat time got changed, mate. But, I don't know. It's good to have a bit of a hit at the 15. Wouldn't really be having much motivation after a couple of PBs in the 8. But, yeah, just nice to be out Box Hill.
Are we going to see you at Doncaster next week for milers?
Of course you will.
Of course we will. That's the right answer, James Hatton. So well done. Another winner of $100 there in the men's C 1500. Too early because Cowan can smell blood, I think, as he comes into the home straight. But that's just enough now for James Hatton from Glen Huntly. Just to storm away with this one. Can we get under the 4? It's going to be tight. It's going to be close. I think he'll just miss it, but a great run there from Hatton. Cowan in next position. Brave running from Armstrong. So next up, the women's B 1500 metres. And we have 14 starters. Zoe Clark from Yarra Ranges lines up in Station 1. Bridget Williams from Glen Huntly in Station 2. I don't think they're relations, but we've got Monique Williams, Box Hill. She's in 3, right next to Bridget. Georgia Pounding from Old Zavarians back at the Box Hill track here. She's in 4. Next to her from Athletics Essendon, it is Audrey Savage in 5. A few missing, and then we have in Station 9 from St Keva's, Claudia Tierney. Ruby Donaldson from Glen Huntly's in 10. Sana Jayasinghe from Athletics Essendon in 11. Piper Hartnett, Collingwood Harriers in 12. Mia Stradley, Yarra Rangers in 13. Sophie Field is in 14. Next to her, Katrina Castles in 15. Sharon Firasua from the Solomon Islands via Glen Huntly Athletic Club is in 17. And Reddy Mater is in 18. They're our starters in the women's B 1500 metres. So we've got Zoe Clark on the inside there, starting to stride away. Just to the outside of her, I think that is the Williams from a Box Hill, which is Monique. As the sun just starts to set a little bit here at Box Hill, but a lovely night for racing. A little bit of breeze around, but not too stiff. And as we're seeing with that 1:59.90, some pretty fast times being run here tonight at the home of PBs. Just a reminder also, the food trucks are still serving away. The Box Hill canteen is going, and the sales on the Box Hill history, 90 years of history, 1932 to 2022. Chris O'Connor's doing the book sales this evening. So the outside of Clark, we do have Williams. Savage looking good. Tierney's on the rails at the moment. Pounding's in good position. You've also got Piper Hartnett moving nicely. Sharon Firasua's just going past. She's got Mia Strudley alongside her. Reddy Mater just sitting at the back of the field at the moment. She missed her 800 earlier, so she's slipped into this 1500 metres. So let's do a time check as they go through that 400 metre mark. So about 77, so they're a bit under 5-minute pace at the moment. So Savage looking good to the outside there of Tierney. Pounding in next spot. Jayasinghe also up next to Hartnett at the moment. But out front, no real change. It's the two young ladies there, Zoe Clark and also Monique Williams, to set that pace. But gee, it's getting bunched. Not much in it at all across that first 8 to 10 runners. So you can see Firasua just going to the outside now. She's represented the Solomon Islands at the Olympic Games, and she's a real pleasure to have back at Box Hill here, and we have seen her over the last 5, 6, 7 years, a regular competitor in Victoria, courtesy of the great support she gets at the Glen Huntly Athletic Club. And once again, it's fantastic to see Sharon back in action here at Box Hill. But out front, no change. This is static. Savage in a good position. Tierney on the rails. Jayasinghe can see what's going on. Also Hartnett. Donaldson looking good. Bridget Williams just in front of her, then Strudley. So Sophie Field just starting to bridge that gap and go through. Also Katrina Castles working hard as they approach that 1200 metre mark. The 800 metre mark. So 2:40 thereabouts. They've just slipped over the 5-minute schedule. A little bit of a change of lead here, and I think the pace is going down. So we're seeing a few little gaps form. Pounding's going to have to do a little bit of work here to try and get back onto that lead group of 4. So too Hartnett. Firasua just leading Jayasinghe at the moment. And then we see Bridget Williams just going to the outside and trying to get around and get some clear space. But out front, it looks like the Yarra Rangers uniform of Zoe Clark. We're seeing her as quite an emerging young athlete from out in the eastern suburbs, and Zoe Clark's got really good form as she comes through now. And they go through that 1 kilometre mark and approach the bell. So Clark, Tierney, Williams, Savage working hard to stay in touch. But Zoe Clark's got the game face on here as she gets the bell. Tierney looking good. Then Williams, Savage, Pounding, Hartnett, Firasua. Then Williams. Also Donaldson, Strudley alongside Jayasinghe. Then we have Field. Next one through is Reddy Mater. And also Katrina Castles. But out front, no real change. Zoe Clark starting to put it down. $100 once again on the line here in this women's B 1500. And Zoe Clark looking good. Tierney not done with yet though, but they're getting a gap of about 2, 3, 4 metres. Bigger gap then back to Williams. Now Pounding starting to make her move. But out front, Zoe Clark, Yarra Rangers, been in the front, has set the pace most of the way, and look at that beautiful stride as she comes round the top bend the last time and into the home straight, staring at that finish line and also staring at an envelope with $100 in it. So it is Zoe Clark from Yarra Rangers, led all the way, been up there, and she's going to come through. We're going to get a sub 5 minutes here easily for Zoe Clark. So great, brave front running there from Clark. 4:54 unofficial. Big run there from Tierney. She's going to get that sub 5. And, ooh, Georgia Pounding's right on it. Firasua, good finish there from Sharon. Hartnett to the outside. Williams, Donaldson, Savage, Strudley, Williams, Jaya Singer. Field coming through next. And let's get behind Riddy Mater. Changed events to go into the 1,500 metres, stepping up from the 8. So Riddy's through next. And Katrina Castles. That's our women's B 1,500. Zoe, you've come off a pretty good campaign over the state champs a couple of weeks ago. A PB tonight or close?
Not really.
A strategic race, we'll put it that way, because you sort of controlled the pace out front early, didn't you?
Yeah. Yeah, I knew I had to try to run fast, so...
Yeah, it was a good kick-home finish, because Claudia wasn't too far behind, but that last lap of yours was pretty devastating. Nice finish, wasn't it?
Thank you.
And what a way to win $100, eh?
Yeah, thanks.
All right, so well done there. Zoe Clark from Yarra Rangers taking out the women's B 1,500. Carrying it an envelope with $100 in it. So it is Zoe Clark from Yarra Rangers, led all the way, been up there, and she's going to come through. We're going to get a sub 5 minutes here easily for Zoe Clark. So great, brave front running there from Clark. 4:54 unofficial. Big run there from... And just a reminder, all athletes, when you're collecting your hip numbers, put them onto your right hip. Unfortunately, our track referee doesn't have his hip number on. I think that's a yellow card for you, Rocket. I'm saving the red cards for later. So next event, the men's B 1,500 metres, $100 cash for the winner once again. We have 14 starters. Samuel Foster from Melbourne University is in Station 2. Kirk Shanahan, Western A is in 4. From Box Hill, Darcy Pounds in 5. Luke Gascoles-Robertson from Doncaster's in 6. Hamish Bayliss is in 7. From Oldsavarians, Joshua Augustinus in 8. Robert White made the final of the Vic 800 on the weekend. He's in 9 from Western Athletics. From Oldsavarians, Dan Gibney's in 10. Rory Vile, Old Scotch in 11. From Doncaster, Lachlan Marasco's in 13. Harvey Anderson from Knox in 14. From Mornington Peninsula, Charlie Kybird 15. Joshua Unfank from Ballerine in 16. And Jacob Strunt from Chilwell is in 17. They're your starters in the men's B 1,500 metres. So quite a good field in this one. And on the inner lanes there, Foster competed over the weekend in the 1,500, I believe, at the state champs. The one to watch for here, big breakthrough from Robert Whites from Western A's, making that final of the 800 metres with a great run in the heats. And I think a very, very tidy personal best. And he's just sitting midfield at the moment. You can see Kybird also sitting in that mid-stage position. Augustinus out nicely. And Lockie Hurd once again doing the pacing. So let him settle, and then he just eases in front of Foster as they're going quite wide at the moment. Bayliss is one of those having to take the wide track home. Marasco out wide as well. Darcy Pound sitting in a beautiful position just off the back of Augustinus, but now getting boxed in. So Scholes-Robertson also taking the wide track. Sprunt and Unthank, the two Geelong runners at the back of the field just off the rear end there of Rory Vile. So through in about 62, so they're moving nicely. So Lockie Hurd's just upping the tempo. Foster, Bayliss, Augustinus and Pound. Then we've got Robbie Whites in those Western A's colours. Scholes-Robertson, Marasco next. Then Kybird. Then it's Anderson from Knox. But they're getting a little bit willing here as we see Lockie Hurd just leading them through beautifully. Through the 600 as Hurd brings them down to get 2 laps to go. So Foster, Bayliss, Augustinus, Pound, White, Scholes, Robertson, Marasco, Shanahan, Kybird. Then we have Gibney, Anderson, Vile, Unthank and Sprunt, but they're all in it at the moment. $100 to be made here. Kirk Shanahan just making a bit of a move in the midfield. You'll see the teammates' colours there, and White's just ahead of him. But out front we're seeing a break. Bayliss has gone with Foster, and now we're seeing White's having to make his move with Darcy Pound as Augustinus just starts to slip back into the field. But a little bit of a break occurred there, and White's had to make the move, not let them get too far in front, because the 2 out front are very accomplished over the 8 and 15, Samuel Foster and Hamish Bayliss. You don't want to give them too much space as they approach the 1 kilometre mark. So we're looking at a time of around the 2:37 as they go through the 1K. Foster still leads it, Bayliss. Then we've got Whites and Pound working together. There might be a big kick finish here because those guys have got plenty of speed in their legs, being 800 specialists. But Foster looks at the clock as he goes through. He's looking control. Whites, Pound, Scholes, Robinson, Augustinus, then Gibney, Shanahan. Kybird next, Marasco, Unthank, Anderson, Vile and Sprunt. But out front, he's up by about 4 to 5 metres over Bayliss. Now it's Darcy Pound to make the next move. So the Box Hill boy is starting to wind it up. If anyone's going to nab this one, I think it might be Darcy Pound, and he wouldn't mind $100 in his pocket either. Shanahan's done a really big run here. Whites has blown. He's probably more specialty over the 8, but Darcy Pound is going to make Foster really earn this one. So Pound is going to challenge Foster as they come around the bend and into the home straight. Foster's done all the work, but gee, we've seen this before from Darcy Pound, haven't we, on this track? He loves it. So let's get behind the boy from Box Hill because he's just gone through, and Darcy Pound just going to assert himself here. Foster's still battling on nicely, though, and back behind we got Shanahan coming over the top of Bayliss, but Darcy Pound, 3:53 thereabouts. Foster, big run. Shanahan, 57. Bayliss, Scholes, Robinson, Gibney, Unthank under the 4. Augustinus went Kybird right on it. Then Marasco, Anderson, Sprunt, Whites and Vile. RC Pound, we've seen it all before, that lovely kick finish, but I thought you were spotting them too much then.
Yeah, it should be my first 1500 in about 2 years, so I was just going out for the money today.
At least someone's going to admit it, he's just running for the money today. So, but it really was a nice finish. You've done 1-8 at least before now?
Yeah, I ran the 800 on the weekend. Wasn't lucky enough to make the final, but yeah, going pretty well at the moment.
Well, you've actually just beaten one of the finalists, so that must feel pretty good.
Yeah, no, that felt pretty good. No, yeah, feeling fit at the moment, so yeah, hopefully can finish off the season.
You must love this track though, and the crowd.
Yeah, no, it really feels like home here. Love the crowd, love the support, it's really good.
Oh, Darcy Pound, well done, and spend that wisely. Darcy Pound, haven't we, on this track? He loves it. So let's get behind the boy from Box Hill because he's just gone through, and Darcy Pound just going to assert himself here. Foster's still battling on nicely, though, and back behind we got Shanahan coming over the top of Bayliss, but Darcy Pound, 3:53 thereabouts. Foster, big run. Shanahan, fifth. Now let's introduce the field for another one of our feature events where the big money is on offer. 600 for first, 300 for second, and 100 for third. This is the women's A 1500 metres. We have 16 starters. In Station 1, representing Mentone, Claudia Hollingsworth. In 2, we saw her at the World Cross Country. It is from Box Hill, Georgia Hansen. In 3, from Melbourne University, Chui Ling Go. In 4, from Eureka, silver medalist at the Victorian Junior Champs. It is Daisy Sudholz. A finalist and a medalist in the Victorian 800 from Mornington Peninsula Athletic Club. It is Jamie Wainwright. In 6, one of the junior sensations from Western Athletics, Lucy Cleveland. In 7, from Glen Huntley, another great junior, Tanasha Santos. Another one having a massive year this year in 2022-23 from Athletics Essendon, Lara Sakana. In 9, the dasher from Wellington Athletics, it is Grace Grafsma. In 10, Deacon's very, very own Tess Rhodes. In 11, from Williamstown, it's Nissa Mayles. In 12, from Richmond Harriers, Sarah Adam. In 13, from Old Zavarians, Annabelle Coleman. In 14, from Mentone, Tilly Williams. In 15, from Athletics Essendon, Charlotte Jackson. And rounding out the field in 16, Tronsom Stevens, it is Meg Oakley-Kerr. They're your 16 starters in the women's A 1500 metres. So no paces, they are racing this. And it looks like the Richmond Harrier there getting out quite fast as Sarah Adam. We'll just watch for that beautiful form of Claudia Hollingsworth. She's got Hanson in tow. And as they settle, they've decided not to go past the early boulder as Claudia just puts the brakes on slightly. George is just going with her at the moment. So out front, Adam leads it. Hollingsworth. Nicely bunched at the moment as they're coming through. So no one really wanting to take the pace, apart from the Richmond Harrier there in Sarah Adam. You can see Cleveland just to the outside in the long lime socks. Just behind her is Santosh. Chewy Lingo sitting in a next position there. Wainwright on the rails, just behind that figure of Daisy Sudholtz. Gap then to Coleman. She's got Tilly Williams just behind her. Oakley-Kerr in that pack. Nissa Mayles just off the back of Rhodes. They're going through the 400, probably not as quick as we'd expect here. They're on 4:30 pace. Just getting a little bit impatient. You can see Go sitting in that position now. It's time for the leaders and the favourites to take the lead. And it is side by side, Claudia Hollingsworth. And also Georgia Hanson, Chewy Lingo going with them. So it looks like Sudholtz moving along nicely at the moment. Adam's still in that pack. Wainwright to the rear of the pack, and I wouldn't be surprised if Jamie makes a bit of a move soon to get be more of a player in this field. But out front now, it is the Box Hills at Georgia Hanson leading the way. Hollingsworth sitting one out, one back. Now Wainwright makes her move. I picked that one right. Cleveland looking good too, just behind Sudholtz. And we're just seeing superb tacticians and style here from Hollingsworth in the On Athletic Club colours. As you see, Sakana starting to move through. Then Oakley-Kerr. But out front, approaching the 800. Pace has not shifted too much. About a 73, 74 for that one. So I'm expecting quite a kick down here in this women's A 1500 and a race for that $600. And I think it could be getting down soon to a race in 2. Hanson, Hollingsworth, Go, Wainwright. Then Cleveland, Sudholtz, Santosh, Sakana, Adam, Oakley-Kerr, Grasmer alongside her. Then Coleman, Rhodes, Mayles, Jackson. Now just getting ahead of Williams as they come into the home straight and approach the 1 kilometre mark. So tick over 3 minutes. We saw Claudia Hollingsworth in the under-20s take the 8s and the 15s by just sitting and kicking. Will it be the same today? But the quality here is that little bit deeper. She's got Georgia Hanson to race. So Hanson leads Hollingsworth. It's on. Gap of 15 metres to go. Wainwright's trying to fight on bravely. Sudholtz, Cleveland, Sakana and Santosh, the battle of the juniors. And they're looking really strong, all running together. Then Adams, Grasmer, Oakley-Kerr, Mayles making a big move, but 300 out. And Claudia Hollingsworth is starting to make the moves, but Georgia Hanson won't let her pass. So Hollingsworth now just edging forward. Hollingsworth, Hanson, gap then to Wainwright in third. Cleveland making a big move. But watch Claudia Hollingsworth go. The trademark kick in. Look at that style. Look at that poise. Look at that form as Claudia Hollingsworth puts on a bit of a show here this evening at the Box Hill Athletic Club. And the On Athletic Club athlete, she is looking supreme here in this 15. Let's get behind her. What a champion of athletics in Australia. Claudia Hollingsworth. She's going to salute the flag here in the 1500. They're on 4:30 pace and she's going to be sub 4:20. What a kick down. Claudia does it once again. So Hollingsworth, Hanson, big battle here for third place and a place on the podium. So Hanson's through on third. Cleveland, Wainwright. Cleveland just comes over the top to claim the third spot, just ahead of Jamie Wainwright. Another big run from Sakana, loving what she's doing this season. Santosh, Sudholz, Go, Rhodes, Males, Oakley Kerr, Adam, Jackson, Grasma. Then we have Coleman shooting for a time here. She'll be just over that 4:50 mark. And Tilly Williams will round out the women's A 1500 metres. Let's make our presentations now for the women's 1500. So $600 and the trophy for first place, but we will go third to first. In third position, the young buck from Western A's, Lucy Cleveland, takes home $100. In second place, she is one of the favourites of this track. We all love her. It is Georgia Hanson in second position. But our winner today, so Georgia takes home $300, taking home $600, looking resplendent in the new uniform. Congratulations in first place, Claudia Hollingsworth. So the very great Charlene Rendine, a former Australian 800 metre champ or record holder, making our presentations. And a big, big thank you to Athletics International for sponsoring these prizes. Athletic Club athlete, she is looking supreme here in this 15. Let's get behind her. What a champion of athletics in Australia. Claudia Hollingsworth. She's going to salute the flag here in the 1500. They're on 4:30 pace and she's going to be sub 4:20. What a kick down. Claudia does it once again. So Hollingsworth. So from the women's A 1500 metres and associated prizes, courtesy of Athletes International, we now go to the men's A 1500 metres, and there are 14 starters. In station 1, it is Jack Anstey. In 2, Victorian male champion from Western Athletics, Matthew Hussey. In 3, we have Luke Shaw from Western Australia. From the Bankstown Athletic Club, in 4, we have Alex Gruen. Stefan Music, also from New South Wales, is in 5. From South Australia, we have in 6, Adam Goddard. Thomas Diamond from Box Hill in 7. Bailey Morell from Knox Athletics in 9. Wolfgang Kotra Namizi from Collingwood Harriers lines up in 10. In 13, from Bendigo Harriers, Harrison Boyd. Jack Forer from Glen Huntleys in 14. Isaac Bibelet from Box Hill in 15. Tim Logan, Diamond Valley in 16. And in 17, from Glen Huntley, Tom McFarlane. They're your starters in the men's A 1500 metres. So a nice even line across. Hussey to the inside. Shaw in there as well. And now we see the pacemaker. Looks like Lockie Hurd's out there again, pacing the A1500. So a big night for Lockie. I think that's Lockie. No, it might not be. We'll find out as they come around. As we see Huss on the inside rail there. Bibble to the outside. Harrison Boyd in the Bendigo regional colours. And it's Liam Cashin doing the job. So the two Western A's boys. Cashin, our state 3,000 metre steeple champion, just leading his teammate, the state mile champion. Bibble in next slot. Sorry, that's Diamond. Then Bibble. Shaw on the rails at the moment. Kotchinamisi. Anstey up there. Goddard making a good move. Then Bailey Morell moving very smoothly. Tim Logan towards the rear of the field. You also have Fora. Big run from him over the weekend at the state championships. So moving well out front. A few little gaps starting to form. But that's now being plugged. As we see a few moves. They don't want to get too far away from this pacer. And Liam Cashin doing a great job out front. Setting pace here in this men's A1500. So once again, $600 on the line, courtesy of Athletics International. As we see Cashin driving forward.
1 minute.
So Cashin,
42, 43,
Hussey,
44, 45,
Shaw, Anstey, Kotchinamisi, Goddard in next position, then Morell. Tom McFarlane just sitting at the rear of the field at the moment, trying to work his way back to Fora just in front of him. They're going through the 800 metre mark now, 1:59. They're right on 3:45 pace. So Cashin driving forward. Let's see how far Liam takes them. Might get them through to the kilometre as we are starting to see a few gaps form, particularly Morell back to Gruen. Boyd now trying to follow Gruen through. But out front, the pacemaker's done his job. He got through to 900. So now Hussey leads Shaw. Anstey looking very comfortable. Kotchinamisi's right on the back of them though. So the young man from Collingwood trying to make a mark here in this field. And they go through the 1K at 2:30. Still right on that 3:45 mark at the moment. As Matthew Hussey, our mile champ, he's won 3 in the row. That hasn't been done since the 1970s. And the Huss comes through with 1 lap to go.
45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50. 2 minutes, 52, 53.
So no real change. A race in 4. Kotchinamisi's still in this. Anstey's the one to watch though. He's sitting third. He's got the best seed and I think we're going to see him now go alongside Shaw. He does just that. So Shaw won't let him through easily though. Huss is still leading but now Jack Anstey takes onto the shoulder of the Huss. So Hussey, Anstey. Kotchinamisi's still in it. This race of 4 going but there's only 3 prizes here. 3 lots of cash. And out front, Anstey alongside Hussey. He won't let him in though. We know how hard Hussey can fight. He's fighting once again. Anstey's got to go out and around. So Hussey still leads it. Anstey's coming wide. Shaw's coming at him as well. But the Huss is looking so good here. Shaw the only threat. But Matthew Hussey takes it in 3:43. Shaw close in between Anstey. What a run from Kotchinamisi. Goddard, Gruen, music through. Then Morell, Fora, Logan, Diamond. Boyd comes through. Bibble and McFarlane. What a race. Matthew Hussey. So if we can have Matthew Hussey, Luke Shaw over to the presentation area. Also Jack Anstey. Let's do our presentation now for the men's A 1500 metres. In third place and taking the $100 to be presented by Terry Cater, it is Jack Anstey. In second position, a familiar face over here, and we do love that face. It is from Western Australia, Luke Shaw. But another favourite in Victoria, we love the gutsy way he wins these races. From Western Athletics, receiving $600, Matthew Hussey. So well done, Jack, Luke, and Mr. Hussey. Great performances. Hussey can fight. He's fighting once again. Anstey's got to go out and around. So Hussey still leads it. Anstey's coming wide. Shaw's coming at him as well. But the Hussey's looking so good here. Shaw the only threat. But Matthew Hussey takes it in 3:43. Shaw close in between Anstey.
I think the fortune lands in your lap because this having a prize for everything. I mean, where do you hear about that? I know. Where else do you hear about it? So once again, and it's like the dash for cash. It's just that one race where they run their hearts out type thing. Now it's every race is a dash for cash, isn't it? So it's brilliant. I mean, like I said, I don't know if somebody had a light bulb moment or if it just landed. The cash attracts, but someone's got to be there to put the money up, right? So the timing is perfect. Someone just came and said, I'll put this money into your event, you know? Yeah, so I reckon if you hold a good enough chance, it attracts the crowd. The sponsors the athletes. Is it just one person or one group that is doing every race, or are there... No, it's basically, I think there's Athletics Australia. There's what, sorry? Athletics Australia. FedEx. Athletics. Oh, Athletics Australia. They're chipping in too, are they? I think they're chipping in for the A race. Wow, that must be on drugs or something. And then the rest of it, on $8,000 worth, is from Southern Tech Services. Oh, the same lady. The same lady who was just doing the men's? Okay. Yes. Oh, good on it. I mean, they should be treated like royalty. I know. I'm trying to find. I don't know if. I don't know what they exactly do. I think they get contractors for civil engineering jobs. You can ask her if you find where she's living. I just need a Facebook link, and then I'll mention it when I post the photo. Yeah. Yeah, I can't see her now. She's disappeared. Oh, there she is at the canteen, talking with someone. Yeah, that's right. I've got Jeremy on to it. Yeah. No, you need to kind of put your arm around people like this and say thank you very much. And you guys, you've been there and seen all of the opportunities lost, the opportunities gained, the opportunities kind of,
So about to get underway, another one of our A races. It's the men's A 3,000 metres. You can see them lining up ready to go. It will be a field of 19 in our A 3000. So once again, $600, $300, $100 on the line in these A races. And a very good field once again lined up here at the Box Hill Classic. As co-commentator Nick Wall decides he's been home for dinner. Didn't bring me over a glass of red, unfortunately, but I hope you had a nice dinner there, Nick.
Sick kids. I only got a couple of races left in me, I think, Tim.
You missed some good stuff. There's been some great racing, Nick.
I haven't missed a thing. I saw Hussey back at it himself up. Thankfully, Lachlan Rayner's running an incredible live stream.
Exactly right. So thank you to...
And my balcony overlooks the track.
It helps. All right, let's introduce our field now. It is the men's A 3,000 metres. As I said, there are 19 starters. Matthew Buckle, Bendigo University in 1. From Old Scotch, Tom Bowers, Victorian under 25k champs in 3. From Mentone, Seth O'Donnell. Good to see Seth back on the track. He's in 4. Josh McLeod from Box Hills in 5. Craig Appleby, the evergreen Appleby's from Knox, is in 6. Ethan McMinamy from Western A's in 7. Ben Moynihan from Deakin in 8. Peter Green, Box Hill lines up in 10. In 11 from Western Athletics, Nathan Pearce. Dale Carroll, Collingwood is in 12. Another medalist from the weekend. Alistair Christie, Doncaster in 13. Toby O'Brien from St Stephen's, a medalist in the steeple. He is in 14. Nicholas Baggett from Box Hill, he's in 15. Jacob Bell, Keeler St Bernard's, lines up in station 16. In 17 alongside him, Luca De Conza from St Kevin's. From Mornington Peninsula, we have Callum Goldsmith in 19. Toby Menday from Deakins in 20. Christopher Dale from St Stephen's in 21 and Harry Norman from Yarra Rangers in 22. They're our starters in the men's A 3,000 metres.
So, Tim, the old split start here. We'll watch him merge down the front straight.
And we've got a pacemaker too, Dijen Gebrselassie, very famous name, and Dijen in the Melbourne Pack blue uniform is going to go out front. And Liam Cashin's back again after doing such a great job in that 1,500 metres. So DJ, Liam, then we have Harry Norman striding out forward, Seth O'Donnell next, then Carroll. So a good opening stanza here in this 3,000 metres as the pacemakers really get the pace going and Harry Norman's going with them.
I'm excited to see what Seth O'Donnell will do here. He was terrific for 4K at the Adelaide Track Classic only a few weeks ago. Didn't quite hang on the 5K that night, but been building into a good vein of form. Dale Carroll was terrific over the 1,500 last weekend. And Harry Norman, he just loves to go with the pace out front.
He does. I love the way Harry attacks these races. You can see DJ just getting a little bit ahead there, so just easing it back as Liam in nice, steady rhythm. Harry Norman, gap of about 5 metres then to O'Donnell. Carroll, I'll be very interested to see what he does here tonight. But Dale Carroll's been in fine form this season.
And yeah, 63 first lap, Tim, so really good tempo they've set. And that was Harry Norman in the 63. Gebrselassie a little bit quicker than that, just in front of him. But really good pace being set. Liam Cashin, he took Hussey through for 900 metres in the 1,500, backing up here. Behind them as well, you've now got Toby Menday looking really good. Moving out wide there also, you've got Alistair Christie. But the pack separate by only 20 metres, full field of 21 on the track.
Yeah, it's really come together again, so the pacemaker's doing a fine job. So the 63 indicates they're right on that 8-minute mark, Nick, so they're right on target there for 8 minutes, as we see Seth O'Donnell now starting. I think he's just found his gear now. Yeah, moved up really nicely there under Norman. He was happy to sit through the first 600 metres, and he's going to go through in 800 metres. He's going to keep a little bit off that 63, that's 64 average now, so 208. So 208 through 800 metres. Yeah, so still sitting on 8-minute pace. Yeah, as Dale Carroll matches the move of O'Donnell. So Gebrselassie leads at Cashin. O'Donnell, Carroll, Menday, Christie. Sorry, Norman, and then Christie, then Menday. Matt Buckle looking pretty good. You can see Nathan Pearce just to the outside there of De Conza. To the inside of him is Tom Bowers in the all-red there of Scotch. Chris Dale from St Stephen's next position, then McMinamy. You've also got Ben Moynihan moving nicely, just getting a little bit shoved there from Josh McLeod. Green just off the back of Appleby. Then we have O'Brien. And you see the way the field's been spread there, Tim. It's that single file, which means the heat is on. Seth O'Donnell really winding up. He's right on the heels of Cashin, who's doing a wonderful job. Gebrselassie about 3 metres in front of them. Norman still right on the heels there of Carroll. Bowers and De Conza are going to need to do a little bit of work in that sort of 7th and 8th spot to not let that leash break too far apart. As they went through that time, though, Tim, it was just on 3:13. Yep, so still sticking around those 64s, which is right on the 8-minute mark. So you can see Pearce just made a good move to get onto the back of that lead pack, because they are seeing now quite a separation between pack one. Great to see Matthew Buckle from Bendigo right up there, also Menday. But gee, Harry Norman battling on nicely. But I think the two favourites in the field here, O'Donnell and Carroll, they're the ones who are just starting to edge forward, Nick. The one hanging on the back of that group, Nathan Pearce too, not out of that group now as well, as Norman's got a little bit of work to do to make sure he closes it back onto Carroll. Christie and Menday, they've got Buckle on their heels. There's some little packs, some little gaps starting to open in that lead pack.
Menday's now the one that moves. He's fourth on the track, third in that race. As I think we're going to see DJ not be going too much further through.
Yeah, I think the pacemaker might have to step off soon. Probably done his job here. They're still right on that 8-minute mark. They've just gone through the halfway at the 1,500-metre start.
It was 4:01, Tim. It was 4:01 at 1,500.
4:01. So I think we might see a bit of a kick down too, Nick. So this could be a sub-8-minute race we might be watching here tonight at Box Hill. We don't often see these in the domestic meets. So the pacemaker, I think, has done his job, easing out to the outer lanes. So DJ Gebrselassie, all the way from sunny Hobart, has done a great job here to get this pack started and on that 8-minute schedule. So Gebrselassie has done his job. Well done, DJ. And Seth O'Donnell, good pack there. Pearce just being asked the question now. Appleby leading the next pack through. Two of our young guns there, or maybe three, because you throw in McMinamy with Bowers and also DeConza in the middle of that chase pack.
Pearce, for the first time, is just dropping off that lead pack as O'Donnell finds himself in front, and Mendes said, we need to pick this pace up, boys. So they're going to very quickly go through 2K. It's going to be just outside that 5:20. So it's going to need to be a fast last 1K, 5:24. So 5:24 at 2K. We're going to need something special in this last kilometre. There's certainly enough speed in this group capable of it. Dale Carroll could be the one. He's got probably the best speed of the group, but there's a lot hanging on. Norman looks good. Christie. Mende has matched every move thus far.
So a big move here from Mende, a brave move because the pace was going and Toby Mende wanted that pace to go back up. But as Nick said, it is Dale Carroll who's now looking quite threatening. Has Seth O'Donnell got the form? Has he got the legs? We'll find out over the next 2 laps.
So they looked at the clock as they went through, Tim. They saw it. They need something about 2:02 for the last 800 to break that 8-minute barrier. Mende's going to have to wind it up a long way out. Carroll's got some dangerous speed. Buckle looks really good as O'Donnell just puts a little bit of a gap now on Christie and Norman for the first time. Pearce, Appleby's the one that's made about 15 or 20 metres back. I've used the word evergreen a few times this season, but that's what he is. Craig Appleby just does not stop. And with 600 to go, he's not out of this, Tim.
And we are seeing a massive run here for Matthew Buckle. He's now coming alongside Mende. Carroll still in the picture, so too O'Donnell. Then little gaps forming as they start to chase. But it is the leader, Toby Mende. He's really up the pace again, or trying to get them back on schedule. We're going to see a beautiful kick down over the last lap here. Mende. Then we've got Carroll. Buckle. Now O'Donnell lifts.
So, Tim, they're going to go through at 7:01. 8 minutes is on the cards. We need a 58 high. Appleby's closing. He's got a lot of work to do. Can he reel in that front 6? So it's O'Donnell, Carroll, Mende's been brave, Buckle, Christie, Norman, Appleby, Pearce, DeConza, and then a leak. Then the group back about 15 metres back. But down the back straight, Seth O'Donnell's laid on the line. Christie's matching it from the second group. Appleby's trying to latch on. Carroll's the threat to O'Donnell with 200 metres to go. So Carroll it is. He goes to the side. Seth O'Donnell finds another gear. Mende. Christie's the danger now in fourth. Christie's winding up with 150 to go. Mende's not going to win this top 3. Dale Carroll. I said he had speed to burn the Collingwood athlete. He's hit the straight in front. He's going to run away with it. It won't be stub, mate, Tim, but it's going to be a very impressive 3,000 metre win here. Mende. Norman's come from nowhere. It's going to be Carroll, Norman, O'Donnell, Mende, Christie, Appleby. Buckle was brave. DeConza, Pearce, McMenemy very through really strongly. Baggett through next. Then we've got Dale on the inside there. Peter Green out wide. Now we've got Goldsmith. Bowers comes through next. Josh McLeod. But Tim, what a run, what a win. I'll get you to get those 3 over the presentation shortly. But Dale Carroll, he said he had the 1,500 metre speed. He showed it well there. I said Mende and Norman might have been gone with 150 to go. I was very incorrect. They got themselves up in that lead group. There was brave runs from the whole field.
Dale, start making your way over the press soon as well. All right, Harry, start making your way over.
Nice work, guys. Well done. Good race.
Rocket, we have confirmation of hip numbers. watching it. 12, 22,
I said he had speed to burn the Collingwood athlete. He's hit the straight in front. He's going to run away with it. It won't be stub mate, Tim, but it's going to be a very impressive 3,000 metre win here. Mende, Norman's come from nowhere. It's going to be Carroll, Norman, O'Donnell, Mende, Christie, Appleby, Buckle. So, Tim, down to you for our presentation of our men's A 3,000 metres. Again, $1,000 worth of prize money.
And I'm joined by Ian Jones, former president of Athletics Victoria and a Box Hill Athletic Club legend. So great to have Ian on board to do our presentations for the men's A 3,000 metres. And in third place, representing the Mentone Athletic Club and receiving $100, Seth O'Donnell. In second place, he set a lot of the pace early, stormed home to take second place and $300 from Yarra Rangers, Harry Norman. But our winner getting into a rich vein of form at the moment, representing the Collingwood Harriers, it is Dale Carroll. So congratulations to Seth, Harry and Dale, our winners and place getters in the men's 3,000. Thank you to Ian Jones as well for making our presentations, and Athletes International for their sponsorship of this event.
So next field on the track is our women's A 3,000 metres. We'll announce the full field once they get away. It's a bumper lineup. We've seen the men go around. We'll wait. We'll call the full women's field once they get away. It's in the starters' hands.
So this is the A women today, and they'll have a presentation, and that presentation's done after the women's. Yeah. I love the 3K. Actually, I don't love the 3K because it's not as exciting as 800 and 1,500. But as a photographer, you get so many goes.
So event 19 away. It is our women's A 3,000 metres. Madison King, the talented junior from Glen Huntly. Bridget Rice of Yarra Rangers. Gemma Maney in Station 3, Rachel White, fresh off some fantastic form at the Victorian Juniors from Doncaster. Sophie Hall is on my start list here from Box Hill. Alexandra Schultz of Williamstown. Emily Mifsud of Essendon. As they go past the first time. 200 metres, Madison King in 35 seconds. Imogen Baker of Mornington in 8, Victoria. Scout Sonus of Box Hill in 9. Matilda Strange of Diamond Valley.
And in 11, we have Isabel Hume. Stella Radford is missing, unfortunately. Bianca Puglisi in 13. Matisse Lazari, 14. Amelia Morton from Box Hill in 15. Annika Sarpas from Essendon in 16. Shania Murray from Diamond Valley, 17. Tully Rowe from Bendigo Uni in 18. Balafari, Box Hill in 19. Hayley Whitshead, the excitement machine from Albury Athletics in 20. Olivia Dos Costa Elves from Sandringham in 21. And the Victorian mile champion, Piper Gay, in 22 from Williamstown. So nice long line there, Nick. You can come in for special comments.
So, Tim, yeah, look, Madison King certainly setting a good tempo in front. We've got a world age record holder here in Sophie Hall, kicking around again over 3,000 for the third time this season.
Yeah, but Gemma Maney looks like she's controlling pace out front at the moment. One of our more experienced runners. There's a lot of talented juniors in this, but Gemma is a world cross-country representative for Australia, and we're seeing Gem just in the comeback phase from child number 1, and you can see a few of those juniors, Madison King, Piper Gay, also Baker. 11 up there is Isabel Hume. So some good runners just tracking around at the moment, but it's Gemma Maney setting pace.
You called it well, Tim. Isabel Hume, they're about 5th or 6th at the moment, and between her and Maney, I reckon there's about 5 athletes whose age between them doesn't add up to a more than about 60.
Yep, add them up and they're younger than you, Nick. So we've got some very talented juniors in this. As we said, Gay is the Victorian Mile Open champion. Whitshead was superb. We had such a good race over 1,500 with Whitshead and White and various others. Hall, as we know, no introductions needed for Sophie Hall at the moment, just setting the world on fire in her age group. It's great, exciting to see so many under 14s and under 16s up here and prominent in an A race at the Box Hill Classic. But Gemma Maney, the veteran, she won't mind me calling her that, Nick. She is a veteran, and what a veteran she is. She's worn the green and gold on numerous occasions, and Maney in the comeback from child number 1 is looking quite strong.
And looking really good on the track this summer. We obviously have known a lot of her cross-country form. So they went through 800 metres in 2:30, and they've picked it up a little bit. They're going to go through in 3:08. So 3:08. Hume's going to be the 5th on the track. Rachel White behind her. As you said, the country girl there represents from Albury via Corryong. Great little mover there we have, of course, in Hayley Whitshead. But the pace is on, Tim. First kilometre through in 3:08.
And for the Bendigo crowd at home, we'll be watching Tully Rose. She got bronze in the Victorian Mile Champs and silver in the Victorian 1500. And Tully sitting sort of midfield there in that lead pack at the moment as Gemma Maney continues to just do her thing. Piper Gay doing what Piper Gay does. She's just sitting, very rarely takes the lead, will just sit and sit. And she's got young Madison King not too far off the back.
So Tully Rowe, you mentioned in those open category this year winning medals. Still a junior herself, though. Still a 19-year-old, but been fantastic this year over both the mile and the 1500.
Yeah, big improver, Tully Rowe from Bendigo University Club. But we are seeing a little bit of a gap as Hume now in a little spot by herself as she's seeing the back of Hall just starting to drift away. But it is Gemma Maney still leading the way. Piper Gay right on the rail. You can't get much closer to the rail than what Piper Gay is right now, whereas Sophie Hall's wide in lane 1, just to the outside of Madison King. Rowe coming through now, White, Whitshead, also Rice in next position. Kasapis, Murray. Then we have Morton coming through. Also Mifsud, Lazari, Lestrange, Schultz in next position, and then DaCosta Elves.
So we talked about Gemma Maney out in front with the experience. You've then got two 15-year-olds and a 12-year-old hot on her heels. Yes, you heard me correctly. 15, 15 and 12 chasing Gemma Maney, who has run for Australia before. Isabel Hume doing a wonderful job, Tim. I don't know a lot about her at the moment. She's the one in 5th. And then the chase pack there now bunching up. Tully Rose, one of the movers in that group.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if Rowe takes a little bit of the pace up as they get into the latter stages of this race. They're now 5 minutes 20 in. So there's no change out front. Neither should there be. They don't need to change this up. They're running for that dollars, and a lot of these girls will be on good times anyway because Gemma Maney is setting quite a nice rapid pace out front in this 3,000 metres. Rowe now starting to get alongside there and start to move that next pack towards Hume. She's got Puglisi just to the inside of her. Haven't seen Puglisi much on the track this season, but she is looking comfortable there with Skeltsonis. Also then Baker, White, Rice, Whitshead. Kasapis through next, then Murray.
They've really stretched this field out, Tim, and it's a quality field going through here. Some very good athletes here with 3 laps to go. And this field's now been spread by about 160 metres. So Maney still piloting them through. We're going to get a check here. They have kept even pace. It's going to be at 6 minutes 18. 6:18 through 2 kilometres, Tim. So they're on track to go sub 9:30. Some really special running if these youngsters can do it on the back of Gemma Maney's hard work. Motherhood's certainly been good to her this season as she returns to the track. And in behind her now, Piper Gay hasn't left that rail, as you mentioned. Sophie Hall has run almost in lane 2 the whole way around. Madison King behind them. Isabel Hume now about to be joined by, as you mentioned, Puglisi, Rowe, and also Skeltsonis.
So watch out for that chase pack because Rowe and Puglisi looking strong, and Skeltsonis is tucked into a very nice position just behind them. Hall now comes alongside Maney. We're 2 laps out. Gay goes with them, King being challenged. Now we're seeing Puglisi, Rowe and Skeltsonis moving through. Gap then to Baker and White. Rice next, then Whitshead.
So, Tim, they've really strung it out now. There was a little moment there where I thought that chase pack was closing. Rowe's done a really good job, and now Puglisi's taken it up. But out front, Maney has kept the foot on the accelerator. Sophie Hall's matched it stride for stride, and for the first time, she just inches in front of Piper Gay. Madison King still hot on their heels. The gap's 25 metres back to Hume, Puglisi, Rowe and Skeltsonis. Rachel White and Imogen Baker find themselves together next. But as we round the bend here, will someone take it up to Gemma Maney, or will they wait for the bell?
So Gemma Maney probably thinking, what do I have to do to shake these juniors? She's trying a little bit of a surge here and there, but Maney cannot get rid of that threesome, which is our two 15-year-olds and the 12-year-olds. So Hall tried to take the lead for a while. Maney then fought forward again. There's $600 first prize up here. There are 4 runners with 1 lap to go, locked together. It is on. So Maney trying to lift again. Piper Gay usually takes it 150 out. Hall's beside her and King's still in it. Now we're seeing Skaltsonis and Rowe and also Puglisi come alongside.
So, Tim, it is a race on out in front you mentioned. Gemma Maney has not relinquished it. She's strong, she's tough. She's an Australian representative on the cross country. For the first time, though, Piper Gay goes to the lead. So the 15-year-old Victorian mile champion kicks down with 2:50 to go. The Liz Matthews coached athlete. She's got 2:20 to go. Madison King, the young talented junior from Glen Huntly's in second. And Sophie Hall's going to try to run down. It is Gemma Maney for third. Tully Rowe, Puglisi, Skaltsonis and Hume. They're in 4th, 5th, 6th and 7th at the moment. But out front, Piper Gay. She's been winning races all summer. She wants to add the Box Hill Classic, $600 and 3K title to her cupboard. So Piper Gay, she moves past the Box Hill Classic sign now. It's going to be just over 9:20, 9:22 unofficial. Next, Madison King. Sophie Hall, 9:26 for a 12-year-old. Thank you very much. That's a world best. We've never seen faster. Gemma Maney, Tully Rowe, Puglisi, Skaltsonis, Hume with a terrific run. Baker comes through next. Rachel White's going to go through in 9:43. We're seeing times here, Tim, from juniors that would be right up the top end of that Ondieki 3,000 metres typically, and they're doing it at the Box Hill Classic.
So 9:53 there for Kasapis in the over 40s. Nick, that's an impressive run too from Anna. As we see Fari coming through in next position. Shania Murray is just going to be the wrong side of 10 minutes, but not too far off there for Shania. Matisse Lazari next. Schultz in next position. Then Lestrange. So 10:13 thereabouts for Lazari. Lestrange next.
Doesn't count for age groups, unfortunately.
Morton in next position. But great running, and we will bring our top 3 over. Piper Gay, Madison King, Sophie Hall. We require you over at presentations. So Emily Mifsud, next one in for Athletics Essendon. And let's get behind Olivia Da Costa Els. She rounds out the field here in the women's A 3,000 metres. And we will go to presentations now with Madison, Piper and Sophie.
She wants to add the Box Hill Classic, $600 and 3K title to her cupboard. So Piper Gay, she moves past the Box Hill Classic sign now. It's going to be just over 9:20, 9:22 unofficial. Next, Madison King. Sophie Hall, 9:26 for a 12-year-old. Thank you. So it won't be, she has to break the under 16 record.
So now let's go to the presentation, the women's A 3,000 metres, and receiving a $100. She is a Box Hill girl, the sensational 12-year-old, once again being presented by Ian Jones from the Box Hill Athletic Club. Let's congratulate Sophie Hall. In second position, receiving the $300 from Glen Huntley Athletic Club. It's Madison King. And the winner tonight, she took out the Victorian Mole Champ. She's now taken out the Box Hill Classic 3,000 metres and $600. It is from Williamstown, Piper Gay. So congratulations, Sophie, Madison and Piper, the 1, 2, 3 in the 3,000 metres of the Box Hill Classic.
So just waiting on some confirmation of exact details. Piper Gay's gone inside the under 15 record, but we're pretty sure it's still a 31st of December record. But potentially Sophie has broken her sister's under 15 state record. So there's records galore here from the girls, but we're waiting for some confirmation on our date of births and age of birth. All right, I've got Laura Power with me. Laura, what's it like to see your record go down? And more importantly, whose record was it before yours? It was your mum's, that's right. That would be extraordinary if true.
So let's introduce our next field. Nick, that voice is just not holding up. Okay, in station, this is the men's B 3,000 metres, and we have in station 1 from Yarra Rangers, Max Saville-Bentley, David Gregg from Ivanhoe in 2, Jivanesh Soundarajara from Melbourne University and Singapore in 3. From Box Hill, Durham Dials in 6. Matthew Patton from Knox in 8. Nicholas Martin from Knox in 10. Also from Knox, Cornelius Nedjetic is in 11. Jaden Padgham, Bendigo Uni in 12. Charles Barrett from Essendon 13. Liam Ware at Collingwood Harris 15. We welcome from Lebanon, Zayed Al-Sayed in 16. In 17 from Box Hill, Nathan Tiemans. Abdulaziz Haji Ali from Western A's in 20. Logan Tiggle from South Bendigo 21. Sam Alberson Mentone 22. And Bart Leeton from Old Scotch 23. They're our field in the B 3,000 metres. A slight delay in the start here. We're having a little bit of problem with photo finish. So slight delay, so good opportunity to grab a drink as Nick Wall has just done and maybe sample some of the food around the venue here at Box Hill. So a big thank you once again to the vendors here for supporting this event. And also a great thank you to the Box Hill Athletic Club and their volunteer helpers who have ensured we're getting this event pretty much on time and underway and moving along very smoothly. So we're now moving to the B men's 3,000. You can see the boys just doing a bit of a stride out before they get underway once again. So we're up to event 20.
Sorry.
Ready to go. The photo finish. White flag is up. So underway, the men's B 3,000. Still some great racing to go here at Box Hill this evening. So hang around and watch all the activity and support these great athletes here. Don't forget, next Thursday night, we'll be out at Doncaster, Victorian Miners Club, meet number 5. Entries close midday on Monday. That's midday, not midnight. So once again, it's Liam Adams who's taking the pace duties here. And that's because he's got teammate Charles Barrett right behind him. Alberson in next position. Also up there early, Patton and Leeton. And another pacemaker there. That's Liam Cashin doing the job once again. And Liam just starting to edge his way forward in this men's B3000. So Olympian Liam Adams doing his job. So we've got the Liam duo of the pacemakers, Cashin and Adams. So it looks like Liam's slipping into a point there. That could be maybe a 9-minute group, maybe, or maybe a little bit quicker. And Liam Adams leading out Barrett at the moment. So through in 65. Boy, that is quick. So 72 coming up now, and that's the 9. No, they're all well under the 9-minute schedule at the moment. So Cashin probably sitting in around the 8:30 mark. As Liam Adams just already getting that separation as we see Cashin now starting to get into the lead of Group 2. He's got Elberson right there with him. You can see Leeton to the outside. Also Tickle in the South Bendigo red, taking the wide line. Patton in good position, one out, one back. Also up there at the moment is Zayed El Sayed from Lebanon in his first race here. He's only been in Victoria for about 2 weeks. So good to see Zayed here at Box Hill tonight, having a run over the 3,000 metres, and early on he is looking very good. So 2 minutes into the journey now. Out front, Liam Adams pacing away. Liam Cashin taking the next group. So 2:15 there. So pace just dropping a little bit as they went through the 800 metres. Still moving nicely. And all of the field well ahead of 9 minutes as they come around to approach the 1 kilometre mark. So coming through now, Adams, Barrett, approaching 1,000 metres of the 3,000 metre journey. So it's going to be a shade over the 2:45, but well under the 2:50. So we're in the 8:20s at the moment. Cashin right on 2:50. That's 8:30 pace. As we see Nietic just going alongside there and round the outside. Another interesting one here is Jeevanish Soundaradra. He represented Singapore at the World Cross Country in Bathurst just a few weeks ago. So we've got the 8:20 group out front. We've got the 8:30 group chasing. Liam Cashin leading that group at the moment. Still a great buzz here at the Box Hill Athletic Track. Lots of people around. Beautiful night. Great conditions here. As we're seeing Liam Adams just doing his stuff. How often have we seen this? Just taking these Essendon juniors through. And what a crop they've got. Barrett, Noakes, and a whole clutch of the young ladies. We saw Puglisi out before. Charlotte Jackson's having a great year. Sakina, loving what she's doing this season as well. But the Essendon club really moving nicely. And what we're seeing right now is just a real exhibition. As we see Charles Barrett going through, Tickle, Abdul El Said. We've then got Padgham, Albiston, then Patton, Leeton just behind him. Greg just at the rear of that chase pack, and then got Soundaradra and Diol at the rear of the field. Liam Cashin working hard. Lucas Tickle moving along nicely. A little bit of a move there from Padgham down the back straight as he goes past El Sayed. The gap, Barrett to Cashin, now stretching out to probably approaching 60 metres. As we see Liam Adams leading into the home straight once again. And Charles Barrett just sticking in with that rhythm of the multi-Olympic Australian representative, Liam Adams. So Tickle. So a few of the Bendigo boys working together. Tickle, Padgham, Haji Aziz, El Sayed, Leeton, Elberson, Patton. Then we've got Saville Bentley, gap back to Nietic. So approaching 2 kilometres now. Top of the back straight. 5 laps in. Liam Adams, Charles Barrett. Moving beautifully, about 5:30, just on. So the pace really looking solid here. We're going to see them low in those 8:20s if Charles Barrett can just deliver over this last 2.5 laps. The rest of the bunch are now through. So Barrett and Adams. 900 out. Adams just stretching it, and just willing Charles Barrett on. There's the gap now starting to extend, and we see our visitor from Lebanon starting to put it down. So Sayed El Sayed could be a new one. I think a few of the clubs might have their registration forms out in front of this man very, very soon. We're seeing a polished performance. He's going with cash, and then it's Leeton, Padgham, Tickle, Haji Aziz, Patton nearly getting caught up in the heels there. Nicholas Martin. Then we've got David Gregg. Soundraja now coming through with Diol. But Barrett really having to work hard now. He's 600 out as we see Adams just starting to stretch it a little bit. Al Sayed really starting to put the foot down here. He's conservative early, but the Lebanese runner, Zayed Al Sayed, really looking strong over the latter stages of this 3,000 metres. So Adams just trying to push Charles Barrett on. The pace has been really hot on that 8:20 schedule as we're seeing the Lebanese runner El Sayed really starting to wind it up as they get into the latter stages. So coming down now to get one lap to go. Let's get behind Charles Barrett and Liam Adams. Really exciting youngster. One to go. So Liam points to that clock and says, Charles, you've got a time on here. Sayed El Sayed also looking strong. Liam Cashin willing him on. He's done his job. Bart Leeton, Jaden Padgham, Patton also coming through there is Liam Werrett from Collingwood Harriers. Then Saville Bentley, Elbiston, Tickle drifting back through. Greg also up there with Nathan Timmins. But down the back straight, it is on here. So Barrett being willed on. He's got a nice break there on El Zayed to take out the $100. But it's Liam Adams just pulling off the side of the track. Thanks so much once again, Liam Adams, for some great pacing. Has the pace really gone off when Charles Barrett, though? He's coming round the top bend now. El Sayed could be challenged. I think Padgham's launching as well. So there's a few challenges over this final stage as they come into the home straight. Charles Barrett, he'll be looking at $100, but I think more importantly, he's looking at times. He's looking at qualification standards. And Charles Barrett just fights his way into this home straight. And it will be Charles Barrett. He'll take it out. Time check about 8:24 unofficial. Zayed still holding on to second position. He'll be right on the 8:30 mark. Padgham, Leeton, then Werrett, Patton, Haji Ali, Tickle, also Saville Bentley, Nyetic, Elbiston, Martin, Tiemans, Soundarajra, then Gregg on 8:44. And let's see if we can get Darren Diol in through on this sub 9 minutes. So just closing in here. And what a great race. And our final finisher through in 8:56.
Australian record is 8:25.31. You don't know what you ran. Third last? Well, that must be 8:14. What do you do?
Just get Charles Barrett back over here. The Australian record is 8:25.31 for his age group. Charles has just run 8:25.39. Charles, we're loving what we're seeing this season, though. You're having an awesome season. How good would it be out there if you're one of the legends, Liam Adams, just leading the way?
Geez, it felt good for the first few laps, and then there was a bit of a hellhole, but just tried to hold with it, just stay with it. It was really pushing, but yeah, geez, 3K's a killer. You really need to work on that strength and speed. So, I'm happy with it. I'll take it. Aim to go quicker soon. But yeah, Decent race.
Certainly was. Don't be disappointed. You've really given it a red-hot go. I think probably about 600 metres out, you could just see that the legs were starting to get tired because you'd put it in early. You've got more opportunities. You've got national champs coming up. So is that where you're going to give it a red-hot go?
Yeah, we'll see. They might have to do the go now. But yeah, just want to rip it as much as I can. So yeah, I'll plan my coach next few races and just see how we go from here. Really, what the plan is. But yeah.
A big round of applause, please. Charles Barrett and also Liam Adams for doing such a great pace job. This is a talented young man. Home straight, and it will be Charles Barrett. He'll take it out. Time check about 8:24 unofficial. Zayed still holding on to second position. He'll be right on the 8:30 mark. Padgham, Leeton, then Werrett, Patton, Haji Ali, Tick. So underway now, the men's C 3,000 metres. And we have 20 starters. Alec Fransky from Albury. We've also got Liam Morgan, Western Athletics. Eric Niagia from Doncaster. Charles Chandler from Eureka. Tane Lang, Melbourne Uni. Andrew Carey, Williamstown. Michael Petridis from Box Hill. From Frankston, Peter Dutton. Athletics Chilwell's Oliver Lurie. Ben Hassler from Olds of Arians. Hudson Bucci from Mentone. From Box Hill, Ross Thomas. As Liam Adams leads the way again. Matthew Venner from Knox. Also Oliver Pratt from Mornington Peninsula. Caden Murray, Diamond Valley. Bevan Doze, Frankston. Angus McAfee from Bendigo University. Luke Nicholson, Old Scotch. And from Eureka, we've got Benjamin Stevens and Ben Ludbrook. They are our starters in the men's C. As Liam Adams leads the way, and as they come around again out of the darkness, I'll try and pick who is leading. So as they come into the home straight and into some clear vision, we can start to get some level of sense of what's happening out here. And I think Lurie's looking good. We've also got Ludbrook on the inside there. Also the Frankston runner in Bevan Doze. Caden Murray just to the outside of him. So 20 in this field. Off to a pretty good start here. As they come around, when we get that 800 mark, we'll have a good indication of what sort of pace they're sitting on. I wouldn't be surprised if they're on around the 9-minute mark. No, I think they're going to be a bit under that. As they go through 2:10 at the moment, so 2:24 would be a 9-minute schedule, and they're on 2:16, 2:17 as they go through. So probably sitting in the 8:40s at the moment as the lead bunch, with Liam Adams once again doing the pacing. We saw him nearly pace an Australian record in that last race. What can he do here? A few good performers here. I do like what I've seen this year from Oliver Lurie from Chilwell, and he's certainly up there. You can see Caden Murray's tall figure just to the outside. Benny Ludbrook in the Eureka colours, also prominent early. Another one of the Eureka runners there, Charles Chandler, just to the outside as well. Bevan Doze on the rails. Also Hudson Bucci looking good. Peter Dutton up there. Tane Lang, he's having a great season. Venner, nicely positioned. Also, Nihya Regia from Doncaster. He's sitting midfield at the moment. Hassler just behind him. So they're through 1 kilometres at the moment, or heading towards the 1,200 metre mark. So Adams doing a great job. Lurie quite happy to just sit there. So 1,200 metres through in 3:27. Still lots of great racing to take place here this evening at Box Hill. It certainly isn't over yet, is it, Rocket? So Liam Adams, he's got a pack. I reckon that's about 8 to 10 sitting right behind him. Nia Rajira leading that next bunch. You can see young Alec Fransky from Albury just to the outside. Venner now trying to make the move to get back on as well. There's Lurie, Ludbrook. Stevens also tucked in there as well. So a few of the Eureka boys quite prominent early. Petritas just going through at the moment there. Ross Thomas next one through. So big support down that back straight, always good. One of the hallmarks of coming here to the Box Hill track, that back straight crowd, reminiscent of the old days at Olympic Park. So 4:40 through now. So Adam's still leading it. So no real change. Nia Rajira had made a really good move to get onto that bunch. You can see Murray's still wide. Bevan Doze has got off the rails now. And he's in a really good position to launch here as they get 3 laps to go. Stevens, Ludbrook, Lang, Dutton up there. Also Chandler still there. Venner now leading the next group. And he's got Angus McAfee with him. Alec Fransky battling on hard. Butchie in next position. Morgan coming through. Then Thomas. A few gaps starting to form in the lead pack now. I think Stevens is the one who's making the moves there, the Eureka runner. It's going wide. They're really starting to lift this as they approach the 2 kilometre mark. So going to hit 2 kilometres in approximately 5:44, 45 perhaps. So 2K in now for this race. They're into the last kilometre. There's now about 10 of them into the last K in this men's B 3,000 metres. But out front, Liam Adams still leads. Ben Stevens, Bevan Doze is with him. Not far behind, but maybe that gap is starting to form. Little gap back then, and that's Lurie in the next position in the Chilwell colours. And they are spreading out now. The wise words on the finish line spots it. So Stevens, 2 out, looking good. Doze, Lurie, then Lang, Nia Rajira, then it's Murray, Dutton, Chandler and Ludbrook. Nicholson coming through with Venner. Also McAfee, Haslett, Fransky. Then the Williamstown runner there in Carey. Oliver Pratt through. Ross Thomas, but out front, it is all Ben Stevens. So Stevens really starting to stretch this out. Liam Adams has done his job. So we've got 600 metres to go here for Ben Stevens. He's out now by about 35 to 40 metres. Another 35 or 40 back to the chase pack. And that leaves Bevan Doze just sitting there in second position. Good battle now for third. Murray starting to work up. Nia Rajira, he's looking strong though, the young man in the Neen runner's uniform, representing the Doncaster Athletic Club, but it's Caden Murray. Now looks like he's set to poise and move into third. Ben Stevens, 1 lap to go. Doze, 1 out. Now you got the chase pack. Nia Rajira, Murray launching, Lang going with him, then Lurie. Charles Chandler's just lifting to go ahead of Dutton. McAfee in next position, then Venner, Nicholson, Carey, Hassler, Ludbrook, Fransky, Morgan, Petritas. But all out front at the moment. Ben Stevens really starting to wind it up, 200 out. And we're seeing a big run here from Caden Murray. He probably wants to snatch that second position. So it is Stevens leading. Doze and Murray now locked together. A little bit of a gap back then. Nia Rajira in next position, but just a slight poke around the shoulder, and Ben Stevens would have seen there's daylight, although Caden Murray's winding it up, but it's too late now. Ben Stevens going to take this one out. Let's get a check on the time. It's 8:26 as he comes through. He's going to be right on the 8:30 mark, maybe a shade over, but good run there, Ben Stevens, to take that C3000. Murray stops the clock at 8:36. Big run from Doze. He'll be sub 8:40. Nia Rajira in next position. Then Tane Lang, Lurie, Ludbrook, Venner, Dutton, McAfee, Carey, Hassler. Nicholson in next position. Let's get behind the young man from Albury here. Alec Francis, 8:54 unofficially. Petridis, Morgan, Ludbrook right on the 9-minute mark. So Thomas bided his time at the back, and he's come through a few here now. And Ross Thomas, he'll be coming through just over 9:10. Hudson Bucci, next one in. So Bucci through, 9:20 thereabouts. But we'll get Ben Stevens over here for a quick chat. As we congratulate Oliver Pratt, last one through there. Ben Stevens, $100. Nice run out there, Ben. Close to PB?
Yeah, easy PB. Nah, it was a PB, so yeah.
Good PB, that's what we want to see. So the pacing by Liam Adams was nice and steady out early, wasn't it? But you decided to just hang back a little bit?
Yeah, it was spot on from Liam. I think he's experienced enough to know what we want, and just able to have the legs to get it home in the last 3 laps, so not too bad.
So race plan to be around 8:30. That would have been coming from Coach Griffin. He would have had you set on a pretty strict race plan, I assume.
Yeah, he's good like that, Rod. He's got a few good athletes, and obviously he's got the history with Stewie and basically every good runner. So yeah, I'm just happy to have him as a coach.
Certainly are. You're in good hands there. So Ben Stevens, well done, and congratulations on winning $100. But just a slight poke around the shoulder, and Ben Stevens would have seen there's daylight, although Caden Murray's winding it up, but it's too late now. Ben Stevens going to take this one out. Let's get a check on the time. It's 8:26 as he comes through. He's going to be right on the 8:30 mark, maybe a shade over, but good run there, Ben Stevens, to take that C. So next event on the line. So underway now, the men's D 3,000 metres, and there are 22 starters. Simon Hands from Collingwood Harriers, Robert Hopkins St Kevin's, Jacob Cheeseman Wendouree, Andrew McIntosh Collingwood Harriers, Clary McIntyre Box Hill, Zach Granger Wendouree, Finn Kane from Williamstown, Jordan Mason Eureka, Isaac Sontag Williamstown, Matthew Christie from Doncaster, Taylor Kearney from Glen Huntley, from Doncaster Josh Askar, Jamie Blackburn Ivanhoe from Box Hill Isaac Mex, Joshua Carlin Nunawading from Oldseverians Jerry Stamoulis, Jacob Spunt from Chilwell, Dane Gray from Glen Huntley, Jackson Eden Bendigo Harriers, Matthew Holditch from Sandringham, from Athletics Chilwell Angus Thomas, and Daniel Lawler from VCCL. As Liam Adams wants to do, again, doing the job. And I'd say this race, our D3000, might be looking at around those 72-second laps, around that 9-minute schedule. So we'll just check on that as Liam takes them into the home or the back straight for the first time, approaching 400 metres. 60 seconds on the clock now. I think they're going to be thereabouts, maybe a little bit up on the 72s, which is 9 minutes. So Liam going through now on 68, 69. So yeah, it's got setting up a sub 9-minute race here in this men's D 3,000 metres. So Liam Adams leading the way, hands in next position. Sorry, that's McIntosh. Then we have Matthew Holditch, one of the young runners from the Sandringham Club, sitting in that next position. Gap then to a Bendigo runner. And that's Jackson Eden in next position. We'll sort them out as they come back around here. And they will be at the 1 kilometre mark when they come through, so that'll give us a real good indication. So 2:24 will be 9-minute pace, and they're going through at 2:18, 2:19. So nice and even, 69-second laps there from Liam Adams, setting out leaders up here, which is McIntosh and also Holditch, leading the way currently in this D 3,000 metres. So nice pack chasing though. A lot of contenders still in here, and as we saw the last few races, it's not over until it's over. Big finish there from Ben Stevens in the last one. So it's our Ivanhoe runner in next position here. So Robert Hopkins, also Jamie Blackburn, Jackson Eden, who I did spot early, Clary McIntyre now coming through. But out front, they're moving along nicely, well under that 9-minute schedule. The next group looking quite strong as well. And it is Robert Hopkins leading the next pack. The young Ivanhoe runner there, Jamie Blackburn, 17-year-old, moving nicely there. Just getting onto the heels now of Hopkins. But out front, we've got some great teamwork going on here. There's Andrew McIntosh. But coming alongside now is Holditch from Sandringham. So Matthew Holditch. He's just starting, he's right on the heels of Liam. Now, that was a very good move from Holditch. Probably just sensed that McIntosh was just starting to ease up a bit as Hopkins starts to come through. Also up there at the moment, Isaac Mex. Jacob Sprunt moving nicely. Carlin coming through here. Then two of the Williamstown boys, and that included Isaac Sontag. Also, I think Finn Kane was in there. And wedging between was the Chilwell runner. And that's Angus Thomas. But out front, we're seeing a big break here. Matthew Holditch. So Liam just has a quick look at the clock as he comes through. So well over the halfway point now. We're seeing a very impressive performance here from Sandringham's Matthew Holditch. 16-year-old, so looking very, very, very smooth as he just tracks along with Liam Adams. So once again, a superb pacing performance here from Liam as they're coming down to get 3 laps to go. So 1,200 out now for Holditch. And as we said, the pack is starting to really form here. So Mex going through nicely. Another one, Askar, hadn't called him all night. Hopkins just dropping a bit. Also there at the moment is Lawler. So quite a bunch then chasing. Then we have the young brigade there, Finn Kane, first amongst them. So Holditch out. He's got a lead over Mex. Probably 40 metres now as he comes through. 5:50 on the clock at the 2 kilometre mark. So we're going to have the next group just under 6 minutes. So they're just going through sub 9-minute pace at the moment. And this group going through at 6:03 at the 2K mark. So into the last kilometre now, the majority of the field. But it is Matthew Holditch from Sandringham still holding the lead on the field here with Liam Adams, his personal pacer, looking oh so strong. So Holditch has just got to hold that form for that last 2 laps as he comes down. A little bit of a move here from Blackburn, though. So Blackburn, the Ivanhoe runner. Don't know much about this one, but he is looking solid. And boy, he's starting to put the foot down. This isn't over. 2 laps out, and Blackburn, I think, step by step, is drawing Holditch in. Mex in next position, then Ascar, Hopkins, Sprunt. Then the Glenn Huntley runner there in grey. But out front, I think we're going to see a change of lead fairly soon. Look at the stride on young Jamie Blackburn from Ivanhoe. Step by step, as I said, he's just reeling Holditch in. And what a finish here. This last kilometre from a Blackburn is going to be something pretty special, as Liam's now going to pace someone different. So they're coming round now, and Holditch, I think, might be challenged. We've got a few more coming out, and Mex and Ascar also moving nicely. But it is Jamie Blackburn from Ivanhoe really ramping this up. This is going to be a big, big performance. We're going to get him well into those 8 minutes, and it could be a very impressive time as he comes through to get 1 lap to go. He's really pushing Liam. Liam's got to charge forward here because Jamie Blackburn is just push, push, push. 7:38 at the bell. Holditch has just got to really hold it on if he wants that sub-9. He's just got to keep pushing forward. Mex in the same position, then Ascar 7:48. It's 72 required for Josh. Next one through will be Taylor Kearney. He's got Simon Hands with him. Then it's Sprunt. Next one through there, Zach Granger. Cheeseman coming through now at 8:03. So Clary McIntyre into the home straight now for the last time, or for the second last time, as we see round the top bend. This is a super impressive performance. Cannot believe the change in dimension of this race over the course of 600 metres as McIntyre gets the bell at 8:26. Let's get behind Jamie Blackburn. This is super, super impressive. What a run from the young man from Ivanhoe, and he has just torn this race apart. So we're seeing Blackburn come through. Let's get behind him. What a race over that last kilometre. 8:42. He's happy. The fist pump as he comes across the line. We love that. Let's get behind Isaac Mex. He's going to be also well under the 9-minute mark. Holditch, let's hope he can get through. We've got 6 seconds to go. Matthew Holditch did so much. 57, 58. He's got it, I'd say. Ascar, Maston's come through. Granger, Kearney, also Hands. Next one through Sprunt, then Kane. Then we've got Dane Gray. Also Isaac Sontag. A few of the youngsters are really happy with this one. Christie through next. Then we've got McIntosh. Also through then Jackson Eden. So a lot of celebrations here. But gee, what a run there. Jamie Blackburn from Ivanhoe. Jamie Blackburn, don't know much about you. What's your story?
Oh, I've only run a 9:15 technically so far for 3K, so a good PB there.
Well, 30 seconds, that's not PBing, that's chunking a PB. That's a massive difference. So, but just the poise you had over those last 2 laps and the way you kicked it down, that was pretty amazing. I'd love to see that last 1K split.
Now, having Liam on there was amazing. Like, I've been watching him and all the other guys going out hard. It was great to just try and catch up to them. It was really great.
You had a good group to work with, though, and obviously Matthew's gone, or Matty Holditch has gone out pretty hard, and just he suffered in the last 2 laps. We still got the sub-9, but just working with those guys must have really helped you as well.
It just made a fun race, and I really enjoyed that one. I'll be honest, yeah, thank you so much.
Well, awesome and well done, and good on you, collecting $100 courtesy of the Box Hill Athletic Club. It just keeps rolling on. As McIntyre gets the bell at 8:26. Let's get behind Jamie Blackburn. This is super, super impressive. What a run from the young man from Ivanhoe, and he has just torn this race apart. So we're seeing Blackburn come through. Let's get behind him. What a race over that last kilometre. 8:42. He's happy. The fist pump as he... So underway now, the men's E 3,000 metres, and we have 22 starters. Patrick Nichols from Melbourne Uni. Also Cody Taggart from Eureka, from Mentone, Sungil Hong, Cooper Provan, St Kevin's. Scott Selwood is back again on the Box Hill track. Jackson Neldner is also out there. Tyson Kingston from Richmond. Also Luke Frazzetto. Maxi Letton from St Stephen's. Kane Hilkema from Glen Huntly. Justin Jeffrey, Box Hill. Also James Gibbs from Glen Huntly. From Doncaster, Anthony Page. Tony Langland from Richmond Harriers. Kazadi Kadima is also running. Jackson Lynch from Deakin. From Mornington Peninsula, Will Davies. Justin Wolseley from Frankston. Also Josh Ryan. Jasper Gay from Williamstown. Daniel Lawler from VCCL. And Joshua Baker from Old Scotch. They're our starters. The men's D. Doesn't look like we've got any pacemakers, but it's a pretty honest pace out early. And we'll try and catch them as they come through. But I'm pretty sure that's Kadima sitting there in third position. Called him a few times. I think he's from Shepparton Running Club as well, Shepparton Athletics. Just in front of him, one of the Mosquito Brigade. We'll try and pick them up as they come through. But they're through in, quite a rapid pace actually. They're on sub 9 minute pace out front in this men's E3000 sub 9 minute pace. So out of the shadows and into the lights of the home straight here. And it is the St Kevin's uniform. That will be Cooper Provan, I believe. That is Cooper Provan, then Kadima. Then we've got Jasper Gay. Kane Hilkema in next position. Also from Deakin, right up there at the moment. That's Jackson Lynch. But out front, Cooper Provan leading the way. So now being joined by Kadima. So things are starting to really come together. Also seeing Kane Hilkema edging his way forward. He's got Jasper Gay just in front of him. Saw his sister win the 3,000 metres for the women. Very close to, well, in a record, to be ratified record time. But out front, Cooper Provan still leading. Kazadi, Kadima. Pretty sure he's from Shepparton in next position. So Gay, Hilkema. Lynch. Page just coming through there. Maxi Letton just ahead of them. Joshua Baker from Old Scotch. Also going through James Gibbs, Patrick Nichols, Tony Langland, the Richmond Harrier. Next position. But out front, not a lot of change. We're seeing Hilkema just trying to drag, or Gray's sitting on the heels, and we're seeing Hilkema just bridging that gap. So racing 4 out front now. The Deakin runner in next position there is Lynch. Then a bit of a gap to Maxi Letton. But it could be a race in 5. Lynch also deciding he wants part of the action out the front there. So into the second kilometre now. I missed that 1K split, but we'll try and get them as they go through the 2K up. That'll give us a good indication of how they're pacing. I think they're probably drifting a little bit off that 9 minute schedule. You see Jasper Gay out wide at the moment, coming alongside Kadima. Cooper Provan still leading it. Hilkema on the inside. Letton about to be joined by the Eureka runner there, and I think that's Taggart. He had a good performance at the state champs. Justin Wolseley just moving alongside Page. Also from a Box Hill, and we've got Justin Jeffrey. Selwood moving his way through. We saw Selwood have a good win here. I think that was over the 5,000 metre distance. Yeah, it's good to see Selwood back here again. The Scott Selwood and moving nicely through that probably third pack on the track at the moment. But gee, it's a group of 4 still out front. I think that might be Lynch, who may have dropped a little bit as Cooper Proven still carves out the pace out front. So they're well over the halfway mark now in this 3,000 metres. Lynch about to be joined by Letton and Taggart. Gap then to Wolseley. I think Jeffrey's in next position, then Page. Baker not too far behind. But Cooper Proven's been running very strongly here. But boy, this is really starting to come together. It was 2, then it was 5. Now it could be 7. If Lynch can just go with them. Wolseley moving nicely, Jeffrey with him. Then Baker, Page. Also up there is Neldner. Next position there is Josh Ryan. So Nichols coming through. Then Selwood, Sung Hill Hong. Also the Richmond Harrier there in Tyson Kingston. So Langland in last place on the track at the moment, but still moving nicely. As we see our leaders coming through the 2 kilometre mark now at just about 6:10. So 3:05 kilometre pace at the moment. And Kane Hilkema from the Glen Huntly Athletic Club leading the way. So Hilkema's got out to a bit of a gap here. Proven still sitting there with Gay on his heels. But it is the taller figure there of Kane Hilkema coming through, and he'll be getting 2 laps to go. But still, anyone could pounce from that next grouping, as we're seeing the lights of Letton and Taggart starting to move through together. But Hilkema leads it. Proven, Gay, Letton, Taggart, Kadima, Lynch, Jeffrey, Wolseley, Baker, Page. Then Neldner. Next one up for Zetto. Then Ryan. Then Gibbs. Selwood now starting to get right on the heels there of Nichols. We see Sung Hill Hong coming through. Next one in, Will Davies. Then Kingston and Langland. But out front, Kane Hilkema, 600 out now. Has he got a winning break? Has he got that $100 in his pocket to take home? As he drifts out, I think that's getting out to about a 20-metre break. Proven still in contention here. Letton sitting at the back of that pack. Also Gay sitting right in there. So 500 out. Kane Hilkema. This will be a nice win for him here this evening at Box Hill if the young man from Glen Huntly can take home that $100. So he'll be hitting the bell first, but we're seeing a big move here from Maxi Letton. So Hilkema leads it just on the 8-minute mark. Letton's the first one to launch. Proven's just been overtaken by Taggart. Gay's trying to hold in there. Kadima next. Wolseley overtakes Jeffrey again. Then Lynch. Baker. Page coming through next. Then we've got the young man Neldner coming through. Jackson Neldner. Frazzetto. Gibbs and Selwood. Nichols through. Also Ryan coming through to get the bell. Davies in next position, just overtaking Sung Hill Hong. But down the back straight, Hilkema, has he got enough here? 200 out, he's just got to kick it in. He's still got that 15 to 20 metre break over Letton. Has his race been run? But Hilkema, I think he's kicking down beautifully here. So we're looking at Kane Hilkema, Glen Huntly coming into the home straight. Let's get behind him. This has been a really, really smart race from Kane. He's been racing quite regularly over the milers clubs, and it's good to see him getting a win here in this 3,000 metres. And Kane Hilkema, he'll take the win, the men's 3,000 metres, and get the 100. But a good run there from Maxi Letton. 9:11, 9:12 thereabouts for Hilkema. Letton through, then Proven, Taggart. Big run from Wolseley at the end, just over the top of Gay. Justin Jeffrey next. Kadima in next position. Big run there from Joshua Baker under the 9:30 mark. Then Lynch. Next one in there is Gibbs. Page to the outside there of Neldner. Also on the inside for Zetto. Selwood stops the clock around 9:37. Patrick Nichols, Melbourne Uni. Next one through. There's Josh Ryan. Deneen runners coming through. About to be challenged by Davies, though. But Ryan will be next one in. Then Davies, Sung Hil Hong. Tyson Kingston, next one in. And let's get behind Tony Langland from Richmond Harriers. It's going to be just over the 10-minute mark here for Tony. And he will complete the men's E 3,000 metres. A big run, so $100 richer. What do you think of that race?
It was good.
Of course it was good, you won. But it was good tactic because you just hold back and you've run a PB, so it's always a good feeling, isn't it?
Yeah, I just went as hard as I could.
You certainly did. What's next on the agenda for you? You're going to see it at Milers Club?
Maybe, we'll see.
Entries close midday Monday, so I want to see your entry in, young man. All right, so well done, Kane Hilkema, winner of the men's E 3,000 metres. Into the home straight. Let's get behind him. This has been a really, really smart race from Kane. He's been racing quite regularly over the Milers Clubs, and it's good to see him getting a win here in this 3,000 metres. And Kane Hilkema, he'll take the win, the men's E 3,000 metres, and get the 100. But a good run there from Maxi Letton. 9:11, 9:12 there. So on to our second mixed race. We've had one earlier in the evening where we saw Trina Bissett run 1:59.90 for 800 metres. And we were treated to a sub 2-minute female performance here at Box Hill. Now we're going to the mixed 3000s. There will be two of those events, and they are our last two events. In this one, we've got, it is 22 starters. That includes Madeline Gwynn, Fabiani Aguard from Box Hill, also from Box Hill, Michael Sleep. Rob Petrie also in the field, Connor Sullivan from Old Scotch, also Charlie Morton from Richmond Harriers, Jamie Mugovan, Robbie Petrie also running, Jack Larner from Glen Huntley, Emily Dalziel from VCCL, Jack Hopkinson from Collingwood Harriers, Madison Button, Melbourne Uni, Jimmy Goulis, also Melbourne Uni, Michaela Young, Collingwood Harriers from St Stephen's, Andrea De Jong, Alexandra Bucky Smith, Melbourne Uni, another Melbourne Uni runner there, Matthew Taylor, Freya Bowen from Mentone, also Daniel Taylor, Daniel Velado, and also Rodri Whelan from Diamond Valley. They're our starters in the mixed A 3,000 metres, the penultimate event of the evening here at the Box Hill Classic. Once they come around, we'll get a feel for how they're travelling in this event. I'm pretty sure that's Velado sitting there in second position. We've seen a lot of Daniel at Miners Clubs and at the Box Hill meets. Moving along quite nicely in the white singlet. Just about to pick up the red singlet, the small figure. Let's see who is leading the way, and that's a Scotch uniform. That could be Connor Sullivan in next position. But Velado takes the lead. So Connor Sullivan, that he was up there. Charlie Morton going nicely. Andrea de Jong in leading the females. Maddie Button's right there. Bucky Smith also there. Freya Brown just off the pace a little. I think Maddie Gwynn also in the mix in that female pack. Maddie Gwynn leading the way in the females. She's up at the rear end of the lead pack. So Gwynn in the Glen Huntley colours. And then De Jong in St Stephen's colours with Maddie Button right on her tail at the moment. But out front, Daniel Velado and Connor Sullivan, they're leading the way in this 3,000. So they're going through now around the two. So that's 10 minutes schedule right now. So we're looking at Maddie Gwynn being sub 10 minutes schedule in the early stages of this 3,000 metres. So Velado battling on nicely here. Once again, $100 on the line. So Sullivan will probably just sit there for a while and to see how this race pans out. Behind them, there's a little bit of action going on, and we might see some moves as they try to bridge that gap through to the lead too. So the Glen Huntley runner coming through there. That could be Jack Lana. Also Daniel Taylor coming through. Fabiano Aguard just going through as well. And then we see Gwynn. So Button now just ahead of De Jong. Dalziel also in that pack. Bucky Smith. So 4 of the girls running together. So Young about to come alongside. Well, Sleep is up there, but also Brown. And the entire field now split by about 120 metres. So out front, no real change. Velado with the taller figure of Sullivan. Just stalking him at the moment. So we're through the 1 kilometres, about 1.2 now for the majority of the field. As Daniel Velado comes into the home straight once again to get 4 laps to go. So the chase pack. Daniel Taylor, one of those. Also Jack Lana sitting on the rails at the moment. Jimmy Goulis there. Fabiano Aguard as well. So Goulis looking strong. Matthew Taylor coming through next. Then Charlie Morton. So Gwynn coming through just behind Jamie Mugovan from Richmond Harriers. Rodri Whelan going through now. Great battle with these girls. So it's Button, Bucky Smith, De Jong and Dalziel in that order. Young just sitting off the back of Michael Sleep. Freya Brown in next position. So we're a mile into this journey now for our leaders. So Button just starting to get a little bit of break on Bucky Smith and De Jong down the back straight, and Dalziel just drifting a little bit too in that women's battle, but it's still Maddie Gwynn leading the way for the females. But into the home straight, we have had a change of lead. Connor Sullivan, Old Scotch, and he is starting to put the foot down. So we're getting close to that last 2 kilometres, last kilometre, 1,200 out for Connor Sullivan. Aguard's dragging Goulis through. Taylor in next position. Then Lana. Next up, Matthew Taylor. Also coming through, Jack Hopkinson. So Gwynn coming through, 1,200 to go. But the girls are chasing, and Maddie Gwynn just sitting right on Rob Petrie at the moment. Dalziel battling on nicely, 1,200 out. Sleep and Young, next one's through. Then it will be Brown. But out front, that gap for Connor Sullivan is now approaching the 2 kilometre mark, 6:28. So 6:28 there for Sullivan. So we'll get a fix as the girls start to come through as well. 6:40 is 10-minute schedule. So we're just drifting the other side of that now for Maddie Gwynn. So she set off sub-10, but now that's drifted as she comes through, and she'll be more like the 6:50 mark as she goes through the 2 kilometres. And we're seeing some of the girls starting to chase her down. But out front, Connor Sullivan looking pretty solid here as he gets 2 laps to go. I can't see anyone running him down from this position. He's just got to hold steady. So Connor Sullivan, the young man from Scotch, he's got 2 to go. Velado's working hard. Aguard in next position. Goulis, what a great battler Jimmy Goulis is. He's got 2 to go as well. Great to see him back out at the Box Hill track. Young Jack Lane, I don't know much about him, but he's looking good. Taylor in next position. Then we have Hopkinson. Also Matthew Taylor. So Gwynn's coming through with 2 to go. Button's starting to launch, and Maddie Button can taste blood here, I think. She's now got a bit of a gap over Bucky Smith and De Jong as well. As we see Sleep now coming alongside Dalziel. Young in next position, then Brown. But down the back straight, Connor Sullivan rounding that bend. He'll be coming down to get 1 lap to go. So Freya Brown coming down to get 2 to go as we see Connor Sullivan now looking down the line, and he'll be hearing the wonderful sound of the bell. He's got a break of about 35 to 40 metres over Velado. Aguard the one making the next move. So Sullivan's just got to hold it together for 1 more lap to get that $100. Aguard's just gritting his teeth. Velado's strong, and he's just going to bullock his way through this last 400. Goulis coming through nicely, but he's going to be challenged. I think there's a few coming from behind, and that includes Lana and Taylor and Hopkinson. So out front, I think we've had a change of lead in the women's race. Maddie Button, she's just exploded out there. So the young Melbourne Uni runner, isn't she looking good? She's right alongside Charlie Morton at the moment. Maddie, go, go, go. 1 lap to go. Gwyn in next position to Jong, then Bucky Smith. Sleep, Dalziel, Brown, but around the bend now we are spotting. Sorry, Young through next, then Brown, but we are spotting our leader here, and it will be Connor Sullivan. Really launching out now. So time check, it's 9:25, so it's just going to be around that 9:30 mark, maybe a shade over, but right on. He's happy. The fingers go up. Connor Sullivan, he'll take home the $100. Big, big finish. As I said, there's no stopping Daniel Velado. He's tough as nails. And Aguard, hopefully he's rewarded with a PB there, the young man. That was a strong race. Hopkinson now coming home strongly. Look at Lana. This will get the hunters going. Look at this finish from the young man in blue. But it will be Hopkinson just holding him out. As you see, Taylor in next position, then Goulis. Brown's got 1 lap to go. Next of our Taylors, and this is Matthew coming through for Melbourne Uni. And look at Maddie Button. Time check just hitting the 10:10 mark now, but big, big run here. Maddie Button really launching for it. Well done, Maddie. 10:15 unofficial. Then we have Morton. Also coming through there was Robbie Petrie. De Jong's come over the top of Gwyn. She'll take next position in the female race. Gwyn's through in 10:27, then Bucky Smith just on the 10:30 mark. Dalziel, let's get behind the young lady in the Hippo squad. As Emily Dalziel comes through nicely here and stops the clock just under 10:40. So Michaela Young, she'll be next one across the line. Let's get her under the 11-minute mark. So Michaela Young coming through here. Big, strong run from Michaela. So 10:54, unofficial for her. As 1 competitor to go. All right, let's get behind Freya Brown, final finisher here in this mixed A, 3,000 metres. So she'll be coming through around the 11:30 mark, so well done, Freya. But I am joined by Connor Sullivan, our race winner. So Connor, $100, Rich. Really nice run out there. Daniel goes out. He's a strong runner, isn't he, Daniel Velado? And you just sat in behind him for a while, and then you decided to launch.
Yeah, totally. Felt really good, and big kudos to Daniel for leading it from the start. It's not an easy thing to do, but yeah, it was a good one.
So you've been out for a little while, haven't been that well, but it's good to have a comeback like this and get a PB, isn't it?
Yeah, exactly. So I had a long spell of sickness at the start of the season, ran 10 flat at miles, and then good block of training over summer holidays. Just started to get back into it now.
Excellent. Great to have you back, and nice to get a PB.
Yeah, awesome. Thank you.
Thank you, Connor. We are spotting our leader here, and it will be Connor Sullivan. Really launching out now. So time check, it's not...
Register for some races or something, just...
25, so it's just going to be around that 9:30 mark, maybe a shade over, but right on. He's happy. The fingers go up. Connor Sullivan, he'll take home the $100. Big feeling that sting at the moment, but Connor Sullivan, what a young man. So good to see the man from Scotch. If anyone does need a little bit of help, financial support, he's the man to see.
Saturday night for me.
All right, let's go to our last event, which is the mixed B 3,000 metres. We will introduce the field once they are underway. So field of 16 lining up here in this mixed B 3,000 metres. Poppy Nivarovic from Deakin, Melissa Vanderwater, Kate Seibold, Morning Peninsula, Jason Adam, also Chloe Phelan, Williamstown, Adina Morrow from Preston, Georgia Lestrange, Diamond Valley, Melissa Cullen, Katrina Winger, Yarra Rangers, Brandon Bird, also Taj Fox, Rose Walsh from Melbourne Uni, Gavin Anderson, Thomas Ryan from Bendigo Harriers, Tully Lang and Curtis Brooks. So that's our field as we see a bit of a breakaway here already. Nice rapid pace there. And that's Thomas Ryan out well from Poppy Nivarovic. We've also got Brandon Bird setting pace nicely. So good solid start to this one as we see that beautiful setting moon over in the distance on the horizon.
If I had feelings, that would have hurt.
So final event of the night, a 25 race program here, and what a night it's been. So we've seen some great performances, a lot of excitement, a lot of money given away by Box Hill Athletic Club, also generous support of Athletics International. Always value their support of these events. As we see the young man, Thomas Ryan, just setting out really, really good pace at the moment in this 3,000 metres. So a reminder, we've got Milers Club next week out at Doncaster, back at the Doncaster Athletic Track, the Tom Kelly track. Entries close midday on Monday. We've got 8s and 15s to close out the Milers Club series, a record-breaking Milers Club series. I think we only need about 40 entrants next week to break our all-time yearly record. As Ryan just comes through to get 6 laps to go. So big move here. Bird's come through with the Wilson Runners kit on. So that's Brandon Bird. Poppy Nivarovic in next position. Then we've got Chloe Phelan. She ran well at the Vic Champs. Winger in next spot. Then it is Tully Lang. Good to see the Bendigo contingent back here again. So Melissa Cullen sitting at the rear of that pack at the moment. Jason Adam just coming through. Also alongside him is Gavin Anderson. So out front, our leader, all on his own. Big gap to Brandon Bird. And then it's a gap. Looks like Nivarovic has been joined there by Phelan. Phelan, another one of the youngsters out of the Williamstown club, and she's just going to edge her way forward here, I think, although Nivarovic won't let her pass. She's a good move there on the bend. Poppy Nivarovic just taking control of that inner lane. And Chloe Phelan just having to go one out, one back and just run the wider line around that bend and into the home straight. So Katrina Winger in next position for Yarra Rangers. She's looking pretty solid as they come through. They're through the 1K mark here. So 5 to go. 3:25 there for Bird as he went through. So probably about a 3:15 as we see Phelan coming through now right on 3:32 pace. Nivarovic next. Looks at the wrist, probably got the schedule there. Gee, Winger always looks good, doesn't she? She's just nice and relaxed. Lang in next position. Then we've got Rose Walsh from Melbourne University. Clutch of the girls all running together there. That includes Lestrange and Morrow. So we see Anderson and also Adam coming through together. A little bit of a gap then. And next one through, it's Curtis Brooks. So he's through the K in about 4:13, Curtis Brooks, as we see our leader coming through into the home straight now. And he's led all the way here. Thomas Ryan, be interested to see what the PB is. But he is just streeting this field at the moment. Seeing a little bit of movement too with the girls. As Phelan is looking really good. She has moved right away here. So Chloe Phelan looking strong. As Ryan comes through, 4 to go. 1 mile out. Brandon Bird about to hit that mile line. So he's about 16:09 away right now. Phelan's looking strong. Good run too from Winger. I think she's got Nivarovic in her sights. So 4 to go for Phelan. So Winger now coming alongside Nivarovic. Can Poppy just work with Katrina Winger as she comes past? 4 to go. Walsh about to join Lang. Seibold bearing down on those. Next in the pack there is Taj Fox, then Morrow. Vanderwater next. Lestrange up there. Also Cullen. So Anderson and Adam coming through together. Once again, 4 out. So the approximation on Ryan Thomas as he came through that 1K was about maybe 3:15. So we'll try and get a fix on that 2K mark. So he's going to come through the finish line and then on the other side of the track, we'll get the 2 kilometres. So keep the support going for these runners. Final event of the night. Big program here. 25 races at the Box Hill Classic. As Curtis Brooks comes through, he's got 4 to go. 3 to go for our leader. 1,200 out now. And Chloe Phelan, boy, loving this one. She is looking sensational as she goes past Bird, and she's clearly in second position here. Gap to Winger, who's now on second female on the track, now out to about 100 metres. So Phelan through, 1,200 out. Winger still looking good. Nivarovic holding on nicely, though, at the moment. So Winger, 1,200 out. Then Nivarovic, a young girl from Deakin, has a look at that wrist again. What's the schedule, I wonder? As Maddie Heiner has a broad smile on her face, looking at the youngsters and thinking, oh, yes, I remember that. So Cullen's moved through nicely. Morrow in next position. Vanderwater also up there. As we're seeing, I've missed Ryan going through, but 7 right on. Gee, she's kept even pacing there. She was 3:30 at the 1 and about 7:01, I think, at the 2K. So Chloe Phelan looking at the 10:30 mark at the moment. So a very strong run in this mixed B for Chloe Phelan. But it is Thomas Ryan leading the way. So Ryan leads it. 2 to go. Phelan, next position. can if Maddie Button's still here, can she report in to me at some stage? So Chloe Phelan looking good 2 out. So Curtis Brooks, 1 lap down, but geez, looking strong. He's got 3 to go. As we see Brandon Bird coming through, Katrina Winger in next position. About 100 metres back off Phelan, but geez, she's looking good and probably looking at a good time here. Nivarovic is very impressive here. The young girl from Deakin holding on nicely. Then we have Walsh, Lang, Seibold. Cullen starting to move now on Seibold. Then we have Taj Fox, Adina Morrow. Georgia Lestrange coming through. Melissa Vanderwater. Probably not used to running these without a beer or 2 in her hand. And here he comes down to get the bell. So Ryan Fox.
Go Thomas!
So let's get behind him. It's been a go-to-woe here. Thomas Ryan, but this is super impressive as well. As we see Chloe Phelan. Gee, the form has not changed at all. The crowd are behind her here. This is really good running, Chloe Phelan from Williamstown. As Katrina Ringer rounds the bend now, she's picked off another scalp. She moves into 3rd position on the track. So Winger just ahead of Bird. Nivarovic holding on beautifully. I'd love to know what Poppy's PB is, because this has been a well-controlled run, out fast, but talking about control, and look at Katrina Winger, just right on target here. Brandon Bird, just strength is showing through as he gets into the final stage. Poppy's going to kick it down. She'll hear that bell and go for it. Walsh, also Lang together. Fox and Cullen, they're stalking at the moment. Adina Morrow next on the track, then Lestrange, Adams and Anderson, then Vanderwater, but rounding the bend the last time. Let's have a look at the clock. Just over 10 minutes. And let's get behind our race winner here. And Thomas Ryan, he's the man who's going to be first across the line in the mixed B Open here. 10:20 unofficial, so great run there from Thomas. Chloe Phelan, let's get her under the 10:30. It's going to be close, close, close. We'll just miss it. But that's a target Chloe Phelan will get. That was a strong, strong run. So you two hang around, because I've got some prizes for you. So 10:45 on the clock, and we're seeing a bit of a charge. I knew Poppy Nivarovic was going to do a kick down, and look at this. Katrina Winger got in front, but it's going to be close, and I think Poppy's just going to get both of them just under the 11-minute mark. Brendan Bird in next position. Lang's just got away from a Walsh there. So Bird across the line. 11:10 as they come through now. Taj Fox next. Seibold, then Cullen in that order. Morrow's running strongly. She's got Georgia Lestrange chasing her down. And that's Jason Adam, I think, in next position then. He's broken away from from Anderson. So just on the 11:30 mark now. And it is Gavin Anderson, next one through, 11:35. Melissa Vanderwater sits behind her. Great running from Melissa Vanderwater. Former elite middle distance runner in this country, and it's great to see Melissa still out and racing and breaking 12 minutes for 3K. Nothing wrong with that. on. Chloe Phelan, what a run. I'm assuming that's a PB tonight.
Yeah.
By how much?
10 seconds or so.
Beautiful. That was a well-judged race. You didn't get caught away with the early pace, and then you just ran your own thing. Did you have a race schedule to go by from the coach?
Kind of. Yeah, a bit, yeah.
But you were feeling quite comfortable out there. Your form didn't change at all.
Yeah, it was a bit. It felt pretty good, yeah.
What's next up?
Maybe milers and then.
Not maybe miles. We'll see you at miles at Doncaster next week. Chloe Phelan, well done. Great race. And congratulations, $100 richer. So Thomas Ryan's wearing the Shepparton Athletics Club uniform. Congratulations and well done.
Thank you.
Is that a personal best for you?
Thank you. Yeah, big personal best.
Big personal best. That's even better. How long have you been running with Shepparton?
About 2 years.
Good. Great little club, isn't it? So they're really starting to get a bit of momentum. And from what I'm hearing, I think they might be running for the Bendigo Bats this year as well during XCR.
Yeah.
That's exciting, isn't it? So it's good to see a lot of the Bendigo runners down here, but also great to see that Shepparton kid. I didn't spot it before, but congratulations. Well done. You're $100 richer.
Thank you.
All right, well done. All right, so that's a wrap. So on behalf of my co-commentator, who's probably now tucked up in bed, I'd just like to say a big thank you to everyone who's turned up for the Box Hill Classic. Also, big thanks to the Box Hill Athletic Club, once again putting on a sensational show here tonight. Big thanks to our Victorian officials and also the volunteer helpers who've enabled us to get through a 25-race program. And as I said, we'll see you, most of you, back Milers Club, Doncaster, next week.